Hello, hello. Test mic.
Saan ka ba nun eh?
Nandoon siya sa taas.
Ano na pastel mo?
Nandoon sa taas, sabi kay ano.
Dalhin ko yan sa kanya.
Oo. Paano nga kay si Jerry?
Oo.
Okay na sa akin, wala.
Hindi ka na mo na.
Oo, mamaya na ako.
Sige na naman. Dalhin mo na lang.
Hello, Sir Jules? Hello? Test mic po tayo, Sir Jules.
Later na sa kaya bakal yan del pastel al screen.
Pero narinig na po. Okay na po.
Later
Okay na
na
po
sa
yung
kaya
mga.
yutak ko may after na kuan para focus.
Sige lang po. Kuha niya lang po. Drinks baka mo.
Ang wala kay
Water. Baka. Okay lang sa iyo.
o saan is
Kapag video tayo. Baka mo pwede tumamang tayo. Drinks. Water.
lukewarm water no.
Warm water. Kasi ka. Dapat niya tuwi. Yan pwede. Tawi man sila kung dito.
Sino ba? Kentang kwento na mga uwi.
Pwede ba ito mag
Alam Ma'am
Good
Joanne.
morning, Attorney Joe. Good morning. Can you hear me, Attorney?
Nay man to.
Joe, tawi kumigo, hindi. Sit, marinig mo
Hello,
ako,
good
hindi.
morning.
Yes, ma'am. Narinig, ma'am. Okay na, ma'am.
Yes, Attorney, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. How about me?
Yes, you are also loud and clear, Attorney.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Sir.
With the current situation that we face nowadays due to the COVID-19 pandemic, one of the many affected sectors is education. In Zamboanga Peninsula, the Commission on Higher Education Regional Office 9 is working hard to meet the needs of the new normal and still continues to do the mandates for the stakeholders. Hence, the conduct of this CHEDRO-9 Virtual Student Summit with the theme, Learn Now, Lead Tomorrow.
The participants of this summit are student leaders from different higher education institutions, HEIs in the region. Thus, you are very fortunate to be part of this momentous event. The aim of this virtual event is to impart knowledge to our youth on the different, relevant, and timely topics, which will be useful in molding them as future leaders of the society. To formally begin this momentous event, the Philippine national anthem and the interfaith prayer will be given to us through an audiovisual presentation.
Dakilang may likha sa kalingat pangungama, mangyari ang iyong diwa sa langit at sa lupa.
اللهم إنك ترى أن هذه القلوب قد اجتمعت على محبتك واتقت على هذه المكان إيمانك وتوحدت على دعوتك فوثق ربيطاتها يا الله وأدم أدها واملأها بنورك الذي لا يخبو واسرح صدورنا بفائد الإيمان بك وجميل توكل عليك واهدنا سبل الوحدة والسلام والصلاح ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار يا الله أنت مستجاب لهذا الدعاء وعليك توكلنا وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين آمين الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. God, our loving Father, Creator of heaven and earth, we thank you for your generosity and kindness, and ask that you hear us in times of needs. Make us worthy of your blessing, and keep us from further want. Help us restore our abundance here on earth, so that we may turn more attention to your divine kingdom. Help us become a blessing to our family and others, to glorify and honor your name. We ask this to our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Iadya nyo kami sa pagmamataas upang maiwaksi ang lupit at dahas. At samahang lumikha ng pamayanan payapa sa kalikasan kabuhayan, kakanyahan paniniwala.
The student participants in this CHEDRO-9 2020 Virtual Student Summit are the core of this event. Thus, it is just but proper to have them acknowledged. To do this, may I call in Mr. Vicente A. Regalado, Education Program Specialist 2 of CHED Region 9.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Our virtual event. Let me acknowledge the presence of our OIC Regional Director, Dr. Roddy P. Garcia. We also have with us our speaker for this morning, Attorney Jules Christian Marcos, Dean College of Law from Western Mindanao State University, who will be formally introduced later. We also have with us our OIC Chief Education Program Specialist, Dr. Jacinta Artan, our Supervising Education Program Specialist, OIC Supervising Education Program Specialist, Dr. Abelardo Moroc. Together with us also are our education supervisors. Of course, we would like to acknowledge the presence of the 446 registered participants comprising of student officials, student leaders, and student members of the student body from 64 higher education institutions in the region. We also have with us the Deputy Regional Director from NICA 9, DRD Bonifacio R. Pulgo, who in behalf of Director Ariel Perlado will speak this afternoon about EO number 70, or the National Task Force to End Local Armed Conflict, which I believe it will be very informative topic for our student officials and student leaders. So that would be all, and welcome again. Good morning.
Thank you so much, Mr. Regalado. To welcome us and provide the rationale of the summit, we will be calling in the ever-dashing and proactive OIC Regional Director of CHED Regional Office 9, no other than Dr. Roddy P. Garcia.
Thank you so much to our host, Dr. Sham Kazim, and to our lady host here. Thank you so much to Ma'am Maya, and of course the people behind the organization of this activity. Thank you so much. On behalf of CHED Regional Office 9, I am delighted to welcome our guest speakers, deans of student affairs, and all the student participants to this virtual student summit with the theme, Learn Today, Lead Tomorrow. Amidst the tremendous challenges brought about by the emergence of COVID-19, the CHED Regional Office in Zamboanga Peninsula has had to constantly find ways to educate young adults. This event is significant because our participants are the student leaders as well as the deans of student affairs of various higher education institutions in our region. The series of webinars during the past months were all designed to assist higher education institutions to address the needs of the students. Our participants then were our partners from the academy. This time, we will utilize the Zoom platform for the education and much needed guidance of our students. The Commission on Higher Education continues to engage its partner HEIs and the students in dialogues to ensure that we are all moving in the same direction. Transitioning to the new normal has brought forth a great deal of challenges to the educational landscape in the country. This year has been a hard one. We are in the midst of a pandemic, one that has brought about, among others, an educational crisis. Still, the quality of education must not be compromised. Our youth deserves quality education because the acquired knowledge, skills, and attitudes will empower them to fully engage in and positively contribute to their communities. Last September, the Office of the Executive Director issued a memorandum on the conduct of the regular monthly meetings of CHED regional offices with their respective higher education institutions. This is to discuss CHED issuances such as advisories and guidelines. The initiative the initiative of the Commission on Higher Education is to commit ourselves effectively in the dissemination and implementations of policy standards and directives at the grassroots levels in order to ensure that all members of the higher education community are well informed and properly guided on matters concerning them as our stakeholders. And of course, it is fundamental for the Commission to engage with the most important group in an educational institution, the students. You are the greatest assets of our country. You are the building blocks of our country, and the future lies in your hands. Your active participation in society can bring about social reform and improvement, and you are instrumental in the development of our country and would lead us towards the path of progress. As youth leaders, you need to be well aware of your roles and responsibilities in nation building so that you will be able to perform your roles properly. Your perspective, zeal, and enthusiasm must be channeled appropriately. Knowledge and awareness on certain issues such as anti-hazing, anti-drugs, and anti-insurgency campaign will be helpful for you to achieve your full potential as student leaders. In spite of all the challenges you continue to hurdle, the ardent desire for lifelong learning is undeniable. The pandemic cannot be hindrance to your yearning for growth and desire to become the leaders of our nation needs. One such example is the executive order constituting the very first provincial-wide youth development alliance in the Philippines, which was signed by Governor Uy of Zamboanga del Norte on March 30, 2020, amidst the COVID-19 global crisis. Led by a youth leader, the Zamboanga del Sur Youth Development Alliance will reach the youth, specifically the completers of the Alternative Learning System or ALS, the Department of Education, and the ALS of school youth. It will facilitate referral and information exchange to provide opportunities for post-training activities like job fairs, immersion, scholarships for continuing education and training, and ultimately employment or self-enterprise development, all focused in helping address the issues of the out-of-school youth in the province. The members of the Zamboanga del Norte result of the SWOT analysis and the political, economical, sociological, and technological factors or PES of the Youth Alliance to aid in formulating an effective action that will take place early next year. This December, the Office of the Presidential Advisor of Peace Process or OPAP, in partnership with the 53rd Infantry Battalion and National Intelligence Coordinating Agency Regional Office 9, also had a two-day seminar orientation to empower and strengthen our youth. The proactive effort of the government is a recognition of the role of the youth in nation building and its contribution in bringing about positive social change. Student leaders have to allow themselves to find hope and opportunities to rise even during unexpected life events. In 2018, President Rodrigo Duterte signed a law that prohibits all forms of hazing and imposes harsher penalties on hazing-related deaths, and amended the previous issuance of a Republic Act, which is merely to regulate the action. Unlike the Anti-Hazing Act of 1995, Republic Act 11053 also penalizes individuals who will cover up hazing activities. In 2017, an investigative and research group revealed that of the 33 recorded deaths in the Philippines due to hazing, 15 were from public institutions and 13 from private schools. Schools have taken on more proactive measures to protect its students from the dangers of participating in activities that involve hazing. Student leaders can help in information and dissemination campaigns that explain how hazing can adversely affect the physical, psychological, and emotional health of any recruit. Another pressing issue in the country is the effect of drug abuse to the society, most especially the youth. The National Anti-Drug Plan of Action NADPA 2015-2020 was developed to primarily empower the citizenry so they may contribute to nation building. The implementation of the plan is necessary since problems on drug abuse and addiction are detrimental to the welfare and development of the youth and the country as a whole. Just this week, 2 minors were knocked in the bypass operation conducted in one barangays here in Zamboanga City. In one of the barangays here in Zamboanga City, while the government continues to fight its battle against drug abuse and addiction, information, dissemination on its consequences, as well as to improve individual and public health and safety is very much essential. President Duterte likewise issued Executive Order number 70 in December 2018, establishing a one-of-nation approach in ending local communist armed conflict through the creation of a National Task Force, NTF, that will take the lead in institutionalizing a national peace framework as a matter of state principle and policy, as mandated by the Constitution. The government shall maintain peace and order, the protection of life, liberty, and property, and promote the general welfare. Heightened awareness and shared basic information specifically on the communist terrorism group problem is vital in the efforts of the government in its ongoing anti-insurgency campaign. Likewise, the government advocates the dissemination about its sincerity, promoting sustainable peace and development, especially in the geographically isolated areas in Mindanao. The contributory role of the Commission in the attainment of just and lasting peace in the country, leading to sustainable development, is manifested in the issuance of CHED Memorandum Order Number 1, Series of 2019, or the integration of peace studies education into the relevant higher education curriculum. The CMO compels higher education institutions the offering of integrations of peace education. Peace education can transform the mindset of students that there are ways by which violent conflicts can be prevented. The student leaders must be educated enough to avoid being recruited by terrorism groups and thus prevent involvement in terrorism. This summit and all initiatives of the government advocate continuity of learning and awareness, which are important because when we have a better understanding of things and situation around us, we can better prepare ourselves to lead tomorrow. In conclusion, I will leave everyone with the words of Amma. If our youth arise and act, they have the strength and dynamism to generate a huge transformation in society. Again, welcome and a pleasant morning to all.
Thank you, Dr. Rodi P. Garcia, for the warm welcome. And indeed, Together, we shall be moving forward despite the predicaments brought about by the pandemic. To start our morning session, specifically on session 1, with the topic Role of the Youth Leaders, we will be calling in our OIC Chief Education Program Specialist, Dr. Jacinta Artan, to introduce our resource speaker. On behalf of Dr. Tan, Dr. Joanne Quaresma will be introducing our speaker for the session 1.
Good morning to everyone. I'm very pleased to introduce the speaker for this morning. Born on the 8th of July, 1974, our speaker is a proud Sibugaynon. His educational foundation was from EPL Regional Pilot School, Zamboanga, Sibugay. He finished his secondary education at Claret High School, Zamboanga City. For his baccalaureate, he finished Bachelor of Science in Community Development at University of the Philippines, Diliman. Attained his Master's of Public Administration at Western Mindanao State University. Finished his Bachelor of Laws in the year 2006 at Western Mindanao State University, Zamboanga, and admitted to the Philippine Bar on the year 2007. His work experiences were, on the year 1995 to 1998, various developmental organization and community organizer in local and international community. Was a faculty of social work and community development in 1998-2008 at Western Mindanao State University. A legal officer then on the year 2008 and until present. He was an associate lawyer at Faundo Esguerra and associate law firm on the year 2007 to 2015. Based on his skills, knowledge, and desirable attitudes acquired from his academic exposures, various and relevant in-service training, he had proposed and conducted series of trainings as well. He has also been invited as participants and guest lecturers in various activities. With many of his accomplishments, he focuses and specializes in procurement law and administrative law. A recognized, renowned trainer of the Government Procurement Policy Board. A loving father of 3 beautiful children, and married to the love of his life, Claire Gonzalez Santos Marcos. With pride, we are pleased to welcome the newly appointed OIC Dean of the College of Law of Western Mindanao State University. Men and women in this virtual platform, I give you Attorney Jules Christian D. Marcos. A virtual applause, please.
Thank you, Ma'am Joanne, for that very generous introduction. So I'll be with you here, my fellow leaders and students from Region 9. I consider myself a son of Region 9. So several years ago, I'm just like one of you, aspiring student, a dreamer. My topic for this morning is very close to my heart. And to be literal about it, very close to my bones. So I would like to thank OIC Regional, CHED Regional Director Garcia for giving me this opportunity to share with you my experience with this very intimate topic of anti-hazing. Or unknown to many, I had been a victim of hazing several times, whether knowingly or unknowingly, voluntarily or forcefully. So it has come full circle to discuss this particular very important law. Before I will go to the main presentation, I would like to show to you a movie clip or trailer that intimately discuss this very important topic. So I advise the viewers to exercise discretion because this contains very mature content. Sabate Bolbeo.
Ang martial law, nakabuti sa taong bayan. Tama o mali? Pindot?
Good morning once again to all the participants to this summit. What I've shared to you are snippets of how hazing as being portrayed by Director Mike De Leon of a scenario how initiation rites had been conducted and dramatized in film. If you look at the title 1981, Batch 81. Today is year 2020. If we do simple math, it's around 39 years. But hazing is not only 39 years old. Hazing existed even prior to 1981. Hazing exists today. And if we do not do our roles, hazing will continue to exist even after today. From that film of 1981, there were countless young men and women, most especially men, who succumb to hazing, and countless nameless young aspiring dreamers lost their dreams and lost their lives because of hazing. Acts and cases of hazing had been reported in media, but after some time, it is covered by more important and more recent news. But despite these publications in all forms of media, hazing continue to exist. Congress in 1995 enacted the first anti-hazing law, but most organizations just view this or consider this as mere guidelines, and only a few names had been uh, made responsible for this barbarous and heinous act. We heard of the case of Lene Villa, aspiring law student at Ateneo de Manila University, who died due to hazing. Not long ago, we also have the case of Atio, a law student at the University of Santo Tomas. But my point is, there are others which media failed to capture. There are countless others which remain unreported or silenced by the very structure that perpetrates hazing. This morning, I'll be discussing to you the salient features of Republic Act number 11053, or this is the anti-hazing law of 2018. The latest law expanded on the Anti-Hazing Act of 1995, which, according to many, lacks the teeth to bite on the flesh of those who violate the anti-hazing law. So the current law expanded the definition of hazing and expanded the coverage of what are those considered as prohibited activities, including legislating harsher penalties for those who have found to have violated this particular law. So what is hazing? Based on the earlier trailer by Mike De Leon, we have seen some samples of hazing. But for purposes of recent legislation, we focus on this definition. So hazing, as defined by law, refers to any act that results in physical or psychological suffering, harm, or injury to any person. We may call this person an applicant, a neophyte, or even a member of an organization. So acts of hazing may be classified to any of these, either an act or activity. So the listing as provided by law is not exclusive, but the most common acts involve paddling, meaning the hitting of any bodily parts with the use of a paddle or a wooden or any similar material that shape that that the shape resembles like a paddle or an oar, or whipping with the use of any material, beating, branding. So what is branding? The use of tattoo, the use of heated material pressed on the screen, or any other modes to create a particular indentation on the surface of the skin. So the new law also include forced calisthenics. You might just say, oh, it's only a push-up, it's only a jumping jack, it's only crawling. But when these particular seemingly innocent activities are forced into an individual under very harsh conditions, this may be considered as hazing under the definition. Or even exposure to the weather is also contemplated by law as part of hazing. And our Congress even included food as a means to commit the act of hazing when the food is forced or when the applicant, neophyte, or member is forced to drink liquor, any beverage, including water, drug, or other substance, or any other brutal treatment or forced physical activity which is likely to adversely affect the physical and psychological health of the neophyte applicant or member. Hazing may also include any activity, not only acts. That activity might either be intentional or not, made by a single person or a group of persons. But this activity will tend to humiliate, embarrass, degrade, abuse, or endanger the applicant. Any form of sexual abuse in the context of initiation process is also considered as hazing. Even though the act, as mentioned, is performed by a fellow member, fellow applicant, or fellow neophyte on the other neophyte. More so if the act is done in compliance with the order of those who conduct the initiation proceedings. And who is the subject of hazing? Our new law considers the following as the subject matter of hazing, or those who are receiving or the victim of activities which the law consider as hazing. A recruit, meaning other organizations call the recruit an invite, a neophyte, an applicant, or even a member. And what is the context of hazing? Hazing is always done when neophyte and applicant applies to be part of an organization. So this is always a part of an initiation rite or a practice made as a prerequisite for admission. What is a practice? Usually in other organizations, it's called this test mission. Your membership in the organization can be made full-fledged if you will be responsible for a violence committed against a rival organization, or especially for female recruits, if you give your body for the benefit of the organization or to any of the members or officers. And this particular acts is committed in conjunction for the compliance of requirements for continuing membership in a fraternity, sorority, or organization. And lastly, which is very novel in this law, when hazing is made as a condition for hiring or continuous employment. So Section 3 of our law on hazing provides for the state policy on prohibition of all forms of hazing, not only in school-based organizations, but including organizations that are not considered Greek letter, including organizations that are considered part of the military establishment or those in uniform, including organizations that exist in the community. So this is our prevailing national policy on hazing. The state prohibit all forms of hazing in any organizations, whether that organization is part of the governmental structure, part of our social structure, or even part of our community structure. Usually and traditionally, hazing is always attached to initiation rites. And the law defines initiation rites as those ceremonies, practices, rituals, or other acts, whether formal or informal, that a person must perform or to take part in order to be accepted into a fraternity, sorority, or organization as a full-fledged member. So our current law right now mandates schools to regulate membership and initiation rights for those organizations who wish to recruit new members and for those students who wish to join new organizations. So what are the duties and procedures in order for a school to recognize and for organizations to be allowed to exist in schools? The question is membership to organization disallowed? The answer is no. Membership to organization is protected by our constitution. It is the right of the people to freely form an organization. That's found in your constitution. But what is prohibited is the use of hazing in the membership process, or more particularly in the initiation rites. So what shall be done? So before an organization be allowed to recruit and initiate new members, an organization must write an application before the school authorities. When shall this written application be made? Not later than 7 days prior or before the scheduled initiation date. So remember this, there must be a written application to be received 7 days prior to the initiation date. Second, the application to conduct initiation must indicate the place, the date of the initiation rites, including the complete name and names of the recruits, neophytes, or applicants. And third, the application letter will also provide in detail the manner by which how the organization will conduct the initiation rites. All in all, with regard to the duration of initiation, it shall not last for more than 3 days. Meaning that in all the activities within these 3 days, all activities must be clearly detailed in the application. The application to conduct recruitment and initiation shall include the names of incumbent officers. Not only the name of the incumbent officers of the fraternity, organization, or sorority, but including the name of person or persons who will take charge in the conduct of the initiation rites. We call this the master initiator. Next, the written application for initiation must be under oath. That means you go to a notary public and subscribe this particular application to conduct initiation activities. Not only that you must declare that under oaths, the application must also be posted in the official school bulletin board, including the bulletin board of the organization, sorority, or fraternity which applies for the initiation. And lastly, the posting requirement must also be made in 2 other conspicuous places. What do we mean by conspicuous? That means a place that could be easily seen by the general public. Next requirement. The application for recruitment and initiation must be posted from the time of submission until the time of 3 days after the conduct or completion of initiation rites. These are the requirements in order for the organization, fraternity, or sorority to conduct a valid or legal recruitment or initiation activities. Why is there a need to conduct this initiation? It is required to allow for the school to send 2 representatives to be present during all the initiation activities. So it is not only enough that the school will receive that application for initiation, but the school must proactively send the representatives in all the mentioned initiation activities. Because it is the duty of the school to see to it that no hazing is conducted in the conduct of initiation rites. Not only are the 2 representatives required to attend and to see to it that there's no hazing, but rather they're also required to document the entire initiation proceedings. Other than documentation, the 2 representatives are also required to report their observation of the initiation activities to the proper school authority or its authorized representative. So again, there must be 2 representatives to ensure that there's no hazing. Second, document. And third, report. But before any activity of recruitment and initiation can be allowed, condition precedent requires that all organizations, whether existing or new, shall register with the school authorities their organization. The law mandates that all organizations, not only fraternities and sororities, but all organizations. Meaning, the school will accredit all organizations before they can validly conduct recruitment and initiation activities, in addition to their other legitimate activities. When are they required to register? The law provides that they shall register every beginning of the semester or thrice semester, as the case may be. So every start of the semester. What I'm saying is that for the new organizations and for those existing, first they register, but every start of the semester, they have to submit an updated list of members and officers to the school authorities. And take note, the law also requires that all schools shall promulgate their guidelines in the registration of fraternities, sororities, and organizations not later than 60 days from the approval of this law. If you have not yet done this requirement, it is high time for you to catch up for the registration. With the pandemic in mind, then registration of these organizations may be done using the online modality or when the students will have to return to the respective campuses. So as what I'm saying earlier, that all fraternities and sororities will have to update their memberships and officers 30 days from the start of every semester or tri-semester and submit this report to the school authority or its duly authorized representative. In addition thereto, schools, when I say schools, includes universities, colleges, high schools. Schools are required or shall require all fraternities, sororities, or organizations as a condition to the grant of accreditation to submit the name of the respective faculty advisor or advisors. But take note, the advisor must not be a member of the organization, sorority, or fraternity. The submission of the faculty advisor shall also include a written acceptance or consent on the part of the selected or nominated faculty advisor or advisors. Why? Because the faculty advisor will be responsible for monitoring that the activities of the fraternity sorority organization is established or registered and that all their activities do not involve any form of hazing as provided under the law. So take note, for faculty advisors, in case that there exists any violation of the provision of the anti-hazing law, it is presumed that the faculty advisor has knowledge and consented to the commission of any unlawful act, meaning any act considered as hazing under this anti-hazing law of 2018. Why are we or the law very strict in this regards? More especially in the effort to prevent hazing. This particular mandate is anchored on the responsibility of the school to act as substitute parents for the students. We call this in Latin as loco parentis, meaning the school officials act as the parents of the students while the students are in the jurisdiction of the school. So schools are only not the roles not only limited to act as parents, but also they have other obligations under the anti-hazing law of 2018. That schools are mandated by law to implement information dissemination campaign at the beginning or start of every semester so that all students and parents alike or their guardians shall be provided with adequate information pertaining to student organizations and more particularly on the policy on the prevention and eradication of hazing in all school organizations. Other than this information dissemination at the start of every semester or school year, schools are also required to implement an orientation program with more focus on the membership of fraternity, sorority, and organization, including in-depth discussions on the policy to eradicate and prevent hazing. And schools are also encouraged or mandated to encourage all fraternities, sororities, or organizations to engage in undertaking that foster holistic personal growth and development. In short, what we're saying, fraternities and sororities are not prohibited by law. Organizations are not prohibited by law. Joining fraternities and sororities are not prohibited by law. What is prohibited is the use of hazing in the recruitment and initiation of members and applicants. The law also recognizes that organizations are important training ground for our youth to develop their skills, potentials, and leadership capabilities. So schools on this regard shall encourage organizations to pursue a more developmental and holistic strategies to achieve the full potential of every students enrolled in their respective schools. And lastly, schools are mandated under the anti-hazing law of 2018 to promulgate rules and regulations on student welfare, student conduct and discipline, including specific provisions on different organizations. In the event that students or the organizations, fraternities or sororities do not observe the provisions of our anti-hazing law, the school may impose sanctions on these erring students or organizations. The type of sanctions depends upon the rules of conduct and discipline crafted by the duly authorized bodies and approved by the authorities in that particular school. Provided that any students who are accused administratively of violation of student conduct discipline be afforded the right to administrative due process, meaning that the student will be given the right to notice and summary hearing and to present evidence in their defense before the school will impose sanctions as mandated by law and the rules and as supported by evidence. That is administrative due process. That as schools, we can only sanction students administratively if they are given all the opportunities to avail of the right to administrative due process and to the presumption of innocence. So in the event that something wrong happens to the neophyte, to the recruit, to the applicant, those person or persons responsible for hazing cannot use any waiver, notwithstanding that the waiver is signed and under oath, because the anti-hazing law specifically provides that any form of approval, consent, or agreement, whether written or otherwise, or of an express waiver of the right to object to initiation or proceeding which consists of hazing, shall be void and without any binding effect. Meaning that any form of waiver to file a case and to pursue justice cannot be admitted in the courts of law, because under the law, this is a waiver against public policy and a waiver contrary to law, to be precise about it. So, for any person charged of hazing, he cannot raise the defense that the neophyte consented. Or that neophyte voluntarily subjected himself to hazing, or that the neophyte or applicant is fully aware that hazing is part of the process to be considered a blood brother or a blood sister. So right now, we go to the penal sanctions. What I'm saying is that any act of hazing may be subjected to administrative sanction, but also it will be subjected to criminal prosecution. In short, an act of hazing may involve two possible cases for the perpetrator: an administrative sanction within the school and a criminal action before the courts of law, independent of each other. What I will be sharing to you or discussing with you right now are the sanctions to be imposed on those found guilty to have committed any act or acts considered by law as hazing. The reason why the Anti-Hazing Act of 1995 was amended, because our anti-hazing law of 1995, according to many, lacks the seat to penalize perpetrators. So our anti-hazing law of 2018 provided these stiffer, harsher sanctions. But remember, any accused will always be given or afforded his right to criminal due process, meaning that every accused, including those charged for anti-hazing law, is presumed innocent unless proven guilty by a competent court. And that judgment or conviction attain finality. So let's go to the specific sanctions. The harshest, we say, first prize. When a member of the organization or a person responsible for hazing committed hazing and that act or activity resulted to death, rape, sodomy, or mutilation, including the paralysis or mental damage to the person subject to the hazing, the penalty is the reclusion perpetua. What is that reclusion perpetua? That is 20 years and 1 day to 30 years of imprisonment. Or not or, and in addition to the 20 years and 1 day to 30 years, so in addition to that, the person found guilty will be required to pay a fine of 3 million. Second, all persons who actually planned or participated in the conduct of the hazing, including all officers of the fraternity, sorority, organization who are actually present during the hazing, will be penalized with reclusion perpetua and fine of 3 million. So I stand corrected. The fine for number 2 should be only 2 million. So reclusion perpetua and 2 million fine may also be meted on the advisor of a fraternity or sorority who is present when the acts constituting hazing were committed and failed to take action to prevent the same. Or not only to fail to take action, but fail to promptly report hazing to law enforcement authorities. If the advisor cannot do so without peril to their person or their family. So the penalty is also, or who are also liable, are all former officers, non-resident members, or alumni of the fraternity sorority organization who are also present during the hazing. So not only active members, but also graduates or alumni. and also the officer or member of the organization who knowingly cooperated in carrying out the hazing by inducing the victim to be present thereat, meaning the person who recruited the member, even though he is absent during the actual hazing. And members who are present during the hazing and they are intoxicated under the influence of alcohol or illegal drugs. Next, those who are found to have committed hazing may be imprisoned for sentence of reclusion temporal, at least 12 years and 1 day to 20 years, upon former officers and non-resident members who hide, conceal, or otherwise hamper or obstruct any investigation that will be conducted. Meaning, this is also known as obstruction of justice. Then third, the penalty of prison correctional, that is around 6 years and 1 day, shall be imposed on any person who shall intimidate, threaten, force, employ, or administer form of vexation against another person for the purpose of recruitment, in joining or promoting a particular fraternity, sorority, or organization. So the keywords here are intimidation, threat, or force. So how do we classify vexation? Vexation may be defined as that persistent and repeated proposal or invitation made to a person who had twice refused to participate or join the proposed fraternity, sorority, organization. So meaning the third invitation will make the recruiter guilty of vexation under the anti-hazing law. So take note for the school authorities. If any student or persons or officers are found guilty, the school is also liable for a fine of 1 million pesos. When is the school liable to pay a fine of 1 million? When, despite the application for initiation was filed before the authorities, there was no representative from the school were present during the initiation process, and hazing occurred. So the school is liable to pay this fine. If another way, if hazing occurs and the school did not take any active role to ascertain the facts and identify the witness and perpetrators or impose disciplinary sanctions, the school may also be liable for a fine of 1 million pesos. So not only the perpetrator, but including the school. And even the owner or the lessee of a place where hazing is conducted, because more often than not, hazing is conducted outside of the school. The owner of the building or the house or the lot, including the lessee or the lessee, shall be liable as principal and penalized under paragraphs A or B, as the case may be. If the hazing is conducted in the house or home of any officers or members of the fraternity, sorority, organization, the parents of that member or officer shall be equally held as liable as principals and penalized under paragraphs A or B. When they have actual knowledge and fail to prevent that hazing and fail to report the occurrence of that hazing to the proper law enforcement authorities without peril to their safety or the safety of their family. If ever hazing occurs and the school or its officials authorities consented to the performance or conduct of hazing, then they are equally liable. The anti-hazing law of 2018 also includes hazing conducted by organizations in the community. The procedure is similar, but the reportorial requirement is before the barangay council or before the barangay captain as the authority in the community. But the procedure is the same. I just limit to the schools, considering that the participants are more or less in a school setting. Okay, take note. The presence of any person, even if such person is not a member of the fraternity, sorority, organization during the hazing, is a prima facie evidence of participation. As principal, unless that person prevented the commission of any act or acts considered as hazing, or report the hazing activity to any law enforcement authority. So in short, the anti-hazing law may also penalize the onlookers or the miron, or in English, the kibitzers. And lastly, the incumbent officers of the fraternity, sorority, or organization shall be jointly liable with those members who actually participate in the hazing. So if you are the officer of the organization, but you said, I will not participate in the hazing, you are also equally liable, even though you are not present. And finally, any person under this act shall not be entitled to the mitigating circumstance that there was no intent to commit so grave a wrong. So this is one of the defense of lawyers in criminal cases, that in order to reduce the sentence, lawyers raise this defense that the perpetrator did not intend to commit so grave a wrong. But for those charged under hazing, even though this is present, this cannot be appreciated by the courts of law to reduce the imposable sentence and lower the imposable penalty. So the penalty also will include and to be imposed upon any president, manager, director, or responsible officer of businesses or corporations engaged in hazing as a requirement for employment in the manner provided herein. So meaning using hazing as a condition of employment or the continuous employment of persons. So if you look at the anti-hazing law of 2018, it is now very encompassing to include business establishments. So this ends my presentation, and I'm now ready to accept questions and to clarify issues pertaining to the anti-hazing law. Because the law may be quite technical, we will try as much as possible to simplify it using the layman's term. So thank you so much for this opportunity. So may we have any questions from the participants?
We are immensely grateful with the discussion of our speaker of the gray areas about anti-hazing laws.
It is indeed that law should supersede any customs and traditions. Again, thank you very much, Attorney Jules Christian Marcos.
I am very sure that many of you would like to raise questions or any clarifications from the topic discussed. That is why at this juncture, we shall have the open forum to be facilitated by Engineer Joseph Lu Santa Teresa, the Planning Officer and an Education Supervisor too from the CHED Regional Office 9.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sham and Ms. Maya, and also Attorney Jules Marcos. Thank you very much for that very informative presentation. Now, during your presentation, we actually have a lot of questions coming in. We have actually one question here. This was the first question raised by Ms. Crizia. Her question was, what if the act of hazing was consensual, attorney? Will it become voidable? I think she means the law. Will the law become voidable if the act of hazing was consensual? So may we have a clarification on that, attorney?
The question was whether if the hazing is consensual, meaning the recruit, the applicant or neophyte voluntarily subjected himself to hazing. Maybe
Yes.
that will be the context of the question.
Yes.
Will the perpetrator be liable? The answer is yes. The act of hazing, as the law defines, is committed whether it is voluntary or the subjecting victim voluntarily subjected himself to hazing or forcefully subjected himself to hazing is not a question anymore, because the law defines that the voluntariness, the willingness, the consent of the victim is immaterial for the liability of the perpetrator to attach. Malino yun? So hindi
Okay,
pwede, siya na papalo, pinalo ko lang. You cannot say that. Or sabi niya, hurt me more please, kaya pinalo ko, kaya namatay. You cannot say that. Malino yun?
Okay,
Because the law says bawal, kaya bawal period. No colors, no rainbow, only black and white.
Okay, so that's very clear. No? The person will still be held liable for the actions made. So another question, attorney. This is actually anonymous. It was just sent in. The question is, will it still be a violation if the hazing done is after the acceptance rites and with the consent of the now member of the fraternity. So the question again is, will
Yes,
it still be
yes.
a violation if the hazing is done after the
Ngayon,
acceptance rites?
sabihin na lang natin, oh, member na ako. So, pwede ka namin gulpihin. No? Kasi if you say na pwede nang i-haze ang member, that will be a circumvention of law. Bawal pa rin, sabi natin, not only in the application process, but including the victim may include the member of the organization. So kahit member ka na, if the organization will, or any member of the organization, whether one or two or more, will do any acts considered as hazing, hazing pa rin yun. They cannot say as defense, no, yung siya naman member na. So hindi na hazing yun. Wrong. It may even be applicable to a full-fledged member of the organization committed by another member. But remember, it is considered hazing if the act is considered as a requirement for continuous membership.
Okay.
So sabi natin, ito na yung ating sabi ng iba dyan, oh, this will be an initiation. Ito yung welcome rights. Pagkatapos ng welcome rights, member ka na. Brad na tayo, sis na tayo. But meron pa yan final rights to seal your membership and to show your love and dedication to our organization. Oh, member ka na, pinalo ka pa, or narrate ka pa, that's still hazing.
Okay, thank you very much. Another question here from Miss Annie. I think this is just soliciting your opinion, attorney. Will Republic Act number 11053 or the Anti-Hazing Act of 2018, which now bans all forms of hazing, change the culture of fraternities and sororities in law schools? So I think this is a matter of opinion.
Yes, that's why that's a very difficult question to answer, because if we look at the case, the sensationalized cases, Lenny Villa, Aguila Lehis, Ateneo Law School, si Atio, I forgot the first name, UST School of Law. There are plenty of cases wherein the organizations are based in the schools of law. It's very unfortunate. Will it change the culture? Hopefully. I said earlier that the topic of anti-hazing is very close to my heart. I had been subjected to several hazings when I was in the undergraduate, when I was in the Reserve Officers Training Corps, several occasions. Even in some organizations I joined, which are very innocent looking, I was subjected to hazing. I nearly lost my life when I was in the undergraduate. I stayed in the Philippine General Hospital for more than 7 days. I could have been one of the statistics, a young man with broken dreams. So will it change the culture? Hopefully. When I say change the culture, if it took us 20 years to develop this culture of violence, it will take us another 20 years to undo this culture. What I'm saying, the process of healing, the process of changing, the process of pre-enculturalization begins in every person. Our anti-hazing law is an empty law if people will not play their respective roles in making this law a seed to eradicate violence among organizations. Hazing is not, if you want a member, no, you recruit a member because you want that member to be a potential to your organization. You want that member has something to make the organization great or greater. Why harm that person? No. So it behooves me why we haze people when we want the potential. Why are we destroying that person when we want them to become our sister and brother? So this is a very big challenge. It will not happen overnight. But we encourage all organizations, whether in the high school, whether in the college, whether in law school, to practice the culture of peace. There are other alternative ways on how to test the potential and loyalty of a member, but violence will not justify any other means of testing the loyalty, testing the brotherhood, testing the potential. All these things are bullshit. Just like friendship, because hazing dwells on that psychology that we pass this very rigorous process, and this develops a new band of brother or sister. It may be, but it is not a good reason to justify subjecting one to psychological and physical violence. It will take several years to surpass the negative impact or effects of hazing onto the person.
Okay, so
I, for one, no, that's why I'm stressing this, because personally I'm talking to this because it destroys your dreams. More especially law schools. The law schools there, in order to propagate the law, adhere the law. It is not a reason we need to violate the law in order to know the law. That's BS. Then law students should be the one at the forefront of preventing hazing, not the one propagating it. Sige, next question, please. And we become very emotional.
Okay, thank you very much, attorney. Another question here is from Alexander. He's asking if may I ask, does the school has the right to disallow the existence of any fraternity or sorority in the campus? Thanks.
Yes. What I'm saying earlier, joining fraternity and sorority and other organizations is not illegal. No, not illegal. Hindi po bawal. Because that is covered by your constitution, the right of the people to freely form organizations, that is protected by constitution. What is prohibited is the use of hazing as a means of membership. No, ang bawal po the use of hazing, not the organization. Organizations are very good avenue to develop the potentials and capability of our young people. Only the hazing aspect is prohibited by law.
Okay, I think he has a follow-up question. I think he's asking if does the school have the right to prevent any student from joining an identified fraternity or sorority existing outside the campus?
Yes. In the school can regulate organization. That's why they have to register with the school. Once the student organization will not register, they may be sanctioned in accordance with the rules of the school. For organizations outside the campus, it's very difficult now for school authorities to prevent their students from joining organizations outside the school. We cannot fault now the schools for any wrongful act that is happening outside its jurisdiction. Unfortunately, what the school can do is to develop activities in the school, to develop programs that will provide tools and the necessary value among its students to be critical in their decision in joining organizations outside of the school.
Okay, another question, attorney, is this is an anonymous. It just came in. In case hazing has been proven, to what extent does someone will be considered as an accessory to the crime?
Accessory to the crime. The law did not dwell much on accessory, but the law considers all as principal. So under the law, there's a difference of penalty between the accessory, the accomplice, and the principal. Our anti-hazing law considers all present as principal if those who are not directly doing the act did not prevent the doer or the perpetrator from doing the prohibited act. No, prevent it or report it to authorities. That's the role even of the miron or the onlookers or the accidental, your accidental presence in an activity, a group of people conducting hazing, you are there, you are duty bound under the law to report it to authorities, lest you might be sanctioned under the anti-hazing law for your failure to prevent the hazing or for your failure to report it to authorities. So wala nang accomplice because the anti-hazing law puts very sharp, big teeth on the law itself. Even the parents of the owner of the house may be considered as principal if they did not do anything to prevent the hazing to be conducted in their own house or property. So, even ngayong vexation lang, it's not considered as accomplice, but rather they have their own set of penalties, but lower in degree. Yung vexation. Yung sobrang pangulit, inviting a person to join the organization for 3 times or oftener, you can be liable for, if found guilty, 6 years and 1 day to 12 years. O to 8 years lang kasi lower kan lang.
Kahit inviting lang.
Invite nila for more than 2 times.
For more than 2 times.
Yung mga kukulit dyan, hindi, twice pa lang. First, okay lang, refusal. Second, okay lang. Third, you might be criminally liable if found guilty.
If found guilty. So dapat may evidence to be presented in attorney.
Yes.
No? Okay.
And right now, be careful. Right now, it's very easy to capture evidence with the use of smartphones.
Yes. So if na-record ba niya attorney yung pag-invite sa kanya, pwede ba yung gamitin as evidence?
Usually, some organizations, they do send official invite. Maganda yung invitation, parang wedding eh. Parang paluin ka. But for some, verbal lang. Or ngayon, pwede mong text, PM, o PM mo na lang. Or any form of social media communication. So any transmission through media has a recording. Pwede gamitin ebidensya yan.
Okay, another here attorney from Mr. J. Telen. In JRMSU, we do recognize fraternities and sororities in some select campuses. And one of the documentary requirements upon registration, accreditation, or renewal is an affidavit of commitment duly signed by the advisor and the org president under oath that the org shall adhere to the no hazing policy of the university. However, this org has secretly conducted hazing activities and eventually led to death cases. Does the university have criminal liability, particularly its accountable officers, despite our established internal policies? There is no negligence on the part of the university since we have exhausted all precautionary measures.
Yes, under the hazing law, before an organization, I'm using organization to refer to fraternity, sorority, or organization. Or before an organization may conduct recruitment and initiation rites, they must submit a written application before the duly authorized authority of the school. In the case of Western Mindanao State University, is the Dean of Student Affairs. So what are the requirements again for schools? One, that upon receipt of this application to initiate, which contains the name, place of the recruits, the place where the initiation be conducted, the manner of how the initiation be conducted, the school will send two officers to observe the process, document, and report the same. The question is, despite your good effort, you follow the procedure under 2018, the organization circumvented the law on hazing. They submitted an application, but they only actually, kuan lang pala yan, yung the legitimate component of hazing. Nandun lang sila, kanta-kanta sila, pa-8-8 lang sila, nagtinikling lang sila. Sabi niya, okay pala to sila. But unbeknown to you, meron pa lang part 2 yun. Pag gabi na, pag uwi na yung mga observers, they proceeded to the part 2 from sundown to sunrise. Doon na nangyari yung hazing. May liability kayo. As long as you don't know about these things, you can escape liability. But if you know these things, that's another story. So, if the death occurred, lalo na paglabas ng campus, wala namang liability yung school as long as you show that you exerted all efforts to prevent and eradicate hazing in your school. Lalo pang bibigat yung penalty ng mga officers niyan if nangyari yung hazing sa labas ng school. Lalo na pag mayroong namatay. Kasi yun ang pinaka-extreme na penalty. Reclusion perpetua plus 3 million na penalty doon sa mga officers and those found guilty of the hazing act. So ganun po ma'am. Yung mga school officials po are not superhuman or we don't have the power of omnipresence. But we encourage school officials to go beyond the normal in order to monitor the activities of the students because students are very creative in circumventing the anti-hazing law.
Okay, thank you, attorney. Now, attorney, I have one personal question. I think I'd just like to raise this question. If ever hazing or it was proven that there was a hazing occurred or there was a death that occurred, what if the family do not want to press charges? Will the organization will still be held liable, or who will be going after these persons if the family themselves do not want to press charges for the victim?
This question pertains to legal procedure. Nasa kunay remedial law is beyond the law, dalawa lang yan. Substantial law and procedural law. Meaning, our anti-hazing law is a substantial law which establishes rights or obligations. Yung question ni Engineer Saavedra is on the procedural aspect of law. Our anti-hazing law says that there must be charges. There must be somebody be liable or answerable under the courts of law, especially if found guilty under a full-blown trial. But if the victim the family will press charges, is that possible? In some aspects, procedurally, it may be allowed. But again, if that will happen, it will just embolden the organizations to circumvent the anti-hazing law. Pwede lang naman yung bayaran. Pwede lang naman yung baka pera-pera naman yan. O bigyan natin ng blood money yan. Okay na. Next year ulit, who will be the next victim? Yun ang nangyayari sa hazing. Maraming biktima unknown because yung parents decided not to pursue the criminal aspect anymore. That's why the anti-hazing law mandated the CHED and other organizations to craft rules and regulations to give more teeth to this particular legislation. Because if the family will not pursue the case, the school, di ba sabi ko kanina, loco parentis. In the absence of the family, the school will take the cudgels for the victim. So bahala na yung judge yan if how will they appreciate the withdrawal of the complainant from the family. Because it's not merely a personal thing, but rather what you are violating is a policy of the state. So any instrumentality of the state can take the place of the parents in pursuing that criminal justice be served with regard to the act of hazing. Pwede yun. So ngayon, wala pa ganong test case yan. Pero it is possible, to my mind, that the school can be the one filing the case against the perpetrator, whether they're students or not.
Okay, thank you very much. I still have one more, attorney, from me personally. No, I'd just like to ask this one.
Yes.
What if you were recruited as part of the organization and then you were told that there will be no hazing, and then once you entered the organization, a hazing occurred, even just a slight slap or a tap on the chest. Can you file a case against the organization?
Yes. Because the applicant voluntarily joined the organization because there is a representation from the organization that they are advocates of anti-hazing. But to your surprise, you are put in a very uncompromising situation and immediately subjected to any form of hazing without your consent. The more reason that you have the right to file a case. But do not wait for any more material act of hazing be committed against you. Any slightest act of hazing, you should get out of the initiation proceedings and quit. There's no shame in quitting from an illegal activity. Kasama na yun kahit sampal, mura o karamihan yan ang pang-welcome sa estudyante, sa recruit, sampal. That's the more slightest or minamura or dinuduraan, no? Tais ko pinakara. Yun, for the students here hearing, any form, inform your members that any form of abuse is a form of hazing, no? Physical or psychological. So get out and if necessary, initiate the necessary case.
Okay, so thank you very much, attorney. I guess we have answered a lot of questions, no? So, and I think we only have 19 minutes left before our lunch break. So, at this point in time, I guess we have exhausted already more of the questions, and some of the questions were clearly answered by Attorney Jules, and the presentation was very clear. No, we already know the law. What are the rights, our rights, when it comes to the anti-hazing law? So, at this point, I'd like.
May have some closing statement lang.
Yes, sir. At this point, maybe you would want to give some closing statement before I turn you over to Dr. Shamil.
Yes.
Attorney.
Yeah, in our advocacy of hazing, because hazing involves aggression and violence. So the law is there, but the most important part in our strategy to eradicate hazing is our personal commitment to eradicate and prevent hazing. We count on our students to start the process of change in preventing violence and eradicate violence in our schools. Preventing violence cannot be done solely by the school authorities, but we also need the support of the students and parents alike. That's why I'm telling you earlier that the process of overcoming the negative impact of hazing is a painful one, is a long one, but do not let others destroy your potential. Do not let others destroy your dreams. Yun lang po. So if you have any questions, the Wimso College of Law is there. We provide assistance to the community in any ways that we could. Because of the pandemic, you can arrange with our personnel there for any appointments or consultations. This is part of our public service in order to propagate our legal system and justice in this part of the Philippines. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and we hope to see you in future and similar activities. Thank you so much.
Okay, personally, Mr. Joseph de Santa Teresa, I would like to thank our speaker for giving his time with us and for enlightening us the issues on anti-hazing. Thank you so much and hope to see you in one of our future activities relative to the implementation of law in higher education institutions. Thank you so much, Attorney.
Okay, thank you
Okay.
very much, Attorney Marcus, and of course, our regional director. Now I turn you over to Dr. Sham and Ms. Maya.
Thank you so much, Attorney Jules, for the useful and interesting information regarding the anti-hazing law, and as well as to you, Engineer Santa Teresa. Thank you for facilitating our Q&A. So at this point, to show our gratitude to our speaker for the morning session, may I call in Engineer Dennis M. Encarnacion, an Education Supervisor 2 from CHED Regional Office 9 to do the awarding of certificates to the resource speaker.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, before we at this juncture is an awarding of certificate of appreciation to our speaker. Before doing that, sir, I would like to thank you, the speaker, personally, and in the behalf of CHEDRO-9. Sir, with your invaluable insights and information in your presentation, I'm so blessed enough to know these things out. Why? Because the penalty meted out for those violators is so very harsh. So I think ECIs for your information, we have to put into heart this this law. We will support this law. Imagine if you are there in the group and then you are one of the member, kahit hindi ka mag-follow, you are one of the violators. Imagine the future of your children, the future of the students. So let us put this into heart. This is a very timely, relevant information. This in this time of because this hazing is one of the menace of the society. Imagine the future of the students, the future of the HEIs for those because ignorance is the law, excuses no one. So I think, sir, aside from this Republic Act, sir, right now, I think it's also very important that information dissemination, massive information dissemination, should be done by the government. Why? Because there are other the people, the republic, the community is misinformed regarding this matter. So we have to inform them. One of the solution here is not only the the penalty strong penalty to the violators, but also information dissemination. So we have to do this with the stakeholders. I think I would request WIMSU to spearhead this kind of activity, sir. Sir Attorney Marcos, if ever is possible, because I see this is very important also to inform the our stakeholders. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you. And then awarding of certificate of appreciation to Attorney Jules Christian D. Marcos. I think I cannot read this one, but to your invaluable for his invaluable insights to this webinar. So thank you very much, sir. Given this day of December 11, 2020, signed by our beloved regional director, OIC Director, Dr. Rudy P. Garcia. Thank you once again, sir. We will talk later, sir, or in other forums, sir, regarding this, sir, because this is one of the main needs of this society. We have to take into heart this problem, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again. Good morning, everyone. Once again, thank you. Thank you.
Welcome.
Again, thank you, Attorney Jules Christian D. Marcos, for the talk that you have given to the first session in the morning. To cap off the morning session, may I request everyone to turn on their videos for a vote opportunity. Our project technical staff, Mr. Jerry C. Kua, will facilitate the picture taking. Again, please turn on the video and keep smiling.
Sid, mag-count ka.
Okay, 3 times lang po tayo mag-smile. Okay, first smile. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Smile. Wait lang po. Wait lang. Okay, second smile. Ready? Hmm. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay, wait lang. Okay, ulit. 1, 2, 3. Okay, wait lang po. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay, last smile. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay, done na po.
Sir Sham?
Thank you, everyone. So we shall now be concluding on our morning session on the CHEDRO-9 2020 Virtual Student Summit. We shall be requesting the same attendance for the afternoon session, which will start at 1 p.m. So enjoy your lunch and see you again later. Bye.
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 Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye, and thank you so much.
Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of the CHEDRO-9 2020 Virtual Student Summit. For this afternoon's session, we shall have two speakers to enlighten us on the topics anti-drugs and the Executive Order Number 17 National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict. Further, the Honorable J. Prospero E. De Vera will also be joining us to speak about the role of the youth. Aside from the Zoom platform, we are also broadcasted live at the official page of the Regional Office 9, Facebook, and also in the YouTube.
At this point in time, may I call in Mr. Vicente A. Regalado, an education program specialist, to acknowledge the presence of the participants.
Thank you very much, Doc Sham and Miss Maya. Before we'll proceed to this afternoon session, I would like to remind our higher education institutions in the region to please invite your friends, other student leaders, members of the student councils, or other students to be with us through Facebook Live and through YouTube Live, as we have three distinct personalities to speak on different topics this afternoon. So with that, I would like to acknowledge our speakers for this afternoon. We have Undersecretary Earl P. Saavedra, the Executive Director and Secretary of the Board of the Dangerous Drug Board. We also have with us the Deputy Regional Director, Bonifacio R. Pulgo of NICA 9, or the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency Regional Office 9, in behalf of Director Ariel T. Perlado. Later on, we will have Honorable J. Prospero de Vera III, our chairperson of the Commission on Higher Education, with us. He will be joining with us later. With also with us, we have the OIC Regional Director of CHED-9, Dr. Rodi P. Garcia. We have the OIC Chief Education Program Specialist, Dr. Jacinta R. Tan. The OIC Supervising Education Program Specialist, Dr. Abelardo Morok. With us, the education supervisors from CHED-9, Engineer Dennis Encarnacion, Dr. Joan Quaresma, Engineer Joseph Lu Santa Teresa, Miss Maxima Alconera, Engineer Janeni Domingsil, Miss Clarissa C. Alvarez, Dr. Shamir R. Kasim. This event will not be possible without, of course, the participation of our 446 registered participants comprising of the different student leaders and members of the student councils, together with their Dean of Students Affairs from the 64 higher education institutions in the region. So with that, good afternoon and welcome once again.
To formally introduce our resource speaker for our session, I am calling in Engineer Janeni B. Dominsil, Education Supervisor 2 of CHED Regional Office 9, to do the introduction.
Thank you, Dr. Shamir. I am pleased and honored to introduce our first speaker for this afternoon's session. Our speaker is a noble public servant. He was born and raised in Basilan, with a family background known for honest and dedicated track record in good governance. He started his professional career as a young civil servant. In 2010, he was an executive assistant of the Secretary of Social Welfare and Development while serving in the concurrent capacity as advisor for street families and children. 2011, he was appointed as commissioner representing Mindanao of the National Youth Commission. It was also during that same year when he was appointed as an appeal board member of the Movie Television Review and Classification Board. He finished his stint in NYC as acting chairperson during the early months of the Duterte administration. 2017, he was appointed as Deputy Executive Director for Operations of the Dangerous Drugs Board with the rank of Assistant Secretary. President Rodrigo Roa Duterte promoted him 8 months later as an Executive Director of DDB with the rank of Undersecretary. At present, he is the youngest official to be appointed to the said post in the history of the agency since its inception in 1973. In 2019, 25 member states constituting the organizations of head of national drug law enforcement agencies of the Asian Pacific region elected him as its chairperson. He was the first Filipino elected to the said position and successfully finished his term of 1 year. Recently, he was conferred with a career executive service eligibility by the CES Governing Board, which formally enrolls him to the roster of permanent third-level career officers of the Philippine government. He also serves as the Vice President for National Government Agency of the NCR CESAS Association. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Undersecretary R.P. Saavedra, CESE.
Thank you, Engineer Domingsil. Maraming salamat sa iyong generous introduction. First and foremost, I would like to extend my warm afternoon greetings to RD Rodi Garcia, who is our idol also in public service. And I noted that the panel will also be composed of resource persons coming from WEMSU and Nika, to Director Perlado and Attorney Marcos. Magandang hapon, buenas tardes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Maayong hapon sa tanan. I would like to extend my warm gratitude to Engineer Santa Teresa for extending this invitation to me. In fact, the Dangerous Drugs Board has been appearing left and right to promote the government's anti-drug initiatives since we embrace the new normal caused by COVID. And I'm sure all of you are very interested also to find out the successes reached so far in our anti-drug campaign. So I believe that the active student leaders of Zamboanga Peninsula are more than eager to find out the drug abuse prevention and control initiatives of the Philippine government. Now, my presentation will be for 1 hour. I can see in the program that is a time allotted for me to dissect the details of the Philippine government's anti-drug initiatives. Meron lang akong disclaimer. The topic is complex and complicated, so I will try my very best to deliver it in a popular yet laymanized manner para naman magkaroon tayo ng better understanding of what the framework and the mechanism is all about. So I would like to request my staff to assist me with this slide presentation. Let's proceed. Okay, it's very important to find out the background of the current situation when it comes to drug abuse in the country. I always say this, to eventually understand the degree and extent of the drug problem, subukan nating bumaba sa level ng mga barangays at sa level ng mga komunidad. And I have been doing that since I started serving the Dangerous Drugs Board. Madalas sa aking mga focus group discussions, sinatanong ko, meron ba sa isang tao or sa grupo na tao, meron ka ba or meron ba kayong kilala na isang tao sa inyong komunidad na gumagamit ng illegal na droga? And if I say that, meron ba kahit hindi nyo nasabihin sa akin na nagpa-pop up sa loob ng isip ninyo na mukha o pangalan ng tao, kahit hindi nyo i-divulge, pero pag I mention the words drug user, ay sila yung pumapasok sa inyong isip. So others give outright confirmation, opo meron. Yung iba naman nakikita mo, napapasmile na lang sila, which is a clear indication na oo nga, meron. So I'm sure bawat isa sa atin nagkaroon tayo ng ganong realization at encounter sa ating community. Now, there are more than 42,000 barangays nationwide. And alam naman din natin na yung barangay as the most basic structure of government, maraming mga services ang nasa level nito, including dapat yung intervention on drug abuse prevention and control. So to know about the current situation of the drug problem and the extent of the drug addiction situation, gumawa tayo ng survey which is called the 2019 Household Survey on the patterns and trends of drug use in the Philippines. So nasa 9,341 yung respondents which covered 17 regions in the country, at yung data gathering natin nagsimula noong December 2019 and ended noong February 2020. Ang age na pasok sa mga respondents ay 10 to 69 years old at mataas, 95% yung confidence level with plus minus 1.1 margin of error. So dalawa yung nakita natin na significant results or output ng ating data gathering. Una, lifetime user prevalence rate. So you have to understand na pag sinasabing lifetime user prevalence rate, ito yung isang beses sa buhay ng tao, tinry nila yung dangerous drugs or substances. One time na sinubukan nila. So umabot yan ng 4.7 million Filipinos or 6 out of every 100 Filipinos. Very striking, ano? Pangalawa, etong current user prevalence rate speaks of the current number of drug users in the country. At nasa 1.67 million Filipinos yan, interpreted as 2 out of every 100 Filipinos are current users of drugs and substances within the past 6 months. So naandito tayo sa 1.67 million. This is the actual figure na pinapaniwalaan natin na ito yung current na bilang ng drug users sa ating bansa. Let's do a little rewind of the situation. When the anti-drug campaign of the government, of the current administration took off in 2016, ang nag-register na bilang ng drug users in the country ay nasa 4 million. Fast forward 2020, tail end of 2019 and early 2020, bumaba na siya ngayon at naging 1.67 million. So, of the figures, makikita ninyo, of the 4.7 million Filipinos na lifetime users or once in their lifetime sinubukan nilang substances or dangerous drugs, 74.4% they use drugs, they smoke, and they drink. 12.8% they drink and use drugs. 9.8% they use only drugs. 3% they smoke and use drugs. Of these indicators, kung titignan ninyo, bago sila lumelevel up to drug abuse, nagsisimula talaga sila sa substance use or worse, substance abuse as gateways bago sila maging drug dependents. Okay? Next slide. Makikita rin natin that 6,149 out of the 9,341 respondents are aware of the government's anti-illegal drug campaign. I'm sure sa sitwasyon ng ating mga kababayan na nasa ground, ang common na nagre-register sa kanila ay yung tokhang, law enforcement, anti-illegal drug operations kasi ito yung kina-carry out ng ating kapulisan, ng PIDEA, ng NBI, and other drug law enforcement agencies. But later on, in a few seconds, I will explain to you the success factors behind the anti-drug campaign of the government. Hindi lang kasi siya purely enforcement, hindi lang siya puro prosecution and judicial measures, hindi lang din siya puro buy-bust, no? At saka mga raids, meron din ibang components sa kung sama-samang i-implement yan, makikita natin yung effectiveness and sustainability of our anti-drug campaign. Now, 81.6% of our respondents who are aware either strongly agree or agree with the government's anti-illegal drug campaign. Natutuwa po yung current administration at yung gobyerno natin sapagkat we see the full support of the people. There is ownership kasi madalas ang sinasabi ng ating mga kababayan, they have not felt safer sa kanilang communities. Or dati kung merong mga identified areas na pinagpupugaran ng mga durugista o gumagamit ng droga, ngayon they see na nagkaroon ng cleansing doon sa level ng kanilang community. So I think because of these stories and narratives, nakukuha natin yung ownership and support of the people sa pinapursue nating anti-drug campaign. Now, another findings ay 80.2% of the respondents who are aware believe that the current drug situation under the present administration has improved. So, ano yung mga indicators? Nabanggit ko kanina, bilang ng mga current users bumaba. Hindi kasi hindi rin natatapos yung trabaho doon. Later on, i-explain ko sa inyo kung ano naman in terms of kontrabando ang na-seize ng ating mga enforcement agencies na pinapakita na talagang relentless yung effort to free our communities from the drug menace. Now, maganda na gawa natin ng comparative analysis. Ang Social Weather Station, before the results of this survey came out, released a survey which they also did kung saan binigyan nila ng emphasis yung satisfaction on the anti-illegal drugs campaign by the public. At mataas din, 79% or 8 out of 10 Filipinos expressed satisfaction on the anti-illegal drugs campaign. So that is a positive development and a welcoming story on the part of our enforcers and implementers of the anti-drug campaign sapagkat we are heading towards the right direction. Next slide. Now, the government's anti-illegal drugs campaign has been effective based on, base doon sa mga napag-usapan natin, una, public acceptance. Pangalawa, reported drop in the user prevalence rate. So there is a need to address the identified triggers that lead one to drug use. Now, hindi ko ito naipasok dito sa presentation ko for lack of material time, but in the survey which we did, alam nyo ba yung average age ng drug users in the country, the current drug users in the country ay 22 years old. If you will review yung Republic Act 8044, the Youth in Nation Building Act, very specific na yung age bracket dinidefine for the young people, the youth of this land, ay 15 to 30 years old. Mean age kung tutuusin, yung 22 years old. So sila ang most vulnerable kung ganon. When it comes to our preventive education and advocacy programs, dapat sila ang tinatarget natin, the members of the youth sector, kasi sila yung madaling masway. There are many triggers, narinig nyo naman, di ba? Peer pressure, curiosity, poverty, lack of employment, lack of acceptance, depression. These are all triggers. But maganda na malaman. Maganda po na malaman natin na ang part ng government is to make sure na pinoprotektahan natin yung welfare and the best interest of every Filipino. Now, the whole of nation approach on preventive and intervention programs should continue through online and traditional platforms with the focus being on teenagers and the youth. Sabi nga nila, answered prayers daw ng mga kabataan etong pagdi-digitize natin ng learning platform. Although I understand yung predicament ng marami sa mga estudyante na participants natin ngayon, siguro nag-dawn na rin sa inyo yung reality, no? Nag-occur na rin sa inyo na mahirap din pala online classes at nakakamiss yung face-to-face interaction leading to more effective learning. Pero all of us need to adjust to the circumstances caused by the pandemic at pati kami, hindi lang yung inyong mga teachers, hindi lang yung inyong mga schools, pati kami na nagbibigay ng frontline services ng government, depende kung ano yung mandate at advocacy namin, tinetake advantage din namin yung virtual platform so that we can stay connected with the sectors na kailangan naming i-touch base. Next. So ito yung drug trends. So I already explained to you the background of the current drug situation. Ngayon naman, ano yung mga pumepeste sa ating lipunan ng mga droga? So far, in the seizure reports of PIDEA, in the enforcement activities, and even yung mga nasa rehab centers na mga pasyente, nalaman natin kung ano yung mga commonly abused illegal substances or drugs na umiikot dito sa ating mga communities at patuloy na sumisira sa buhay ng ating mga kababayan na nagiging biktima nito. Now, etong una, entry of new psychoactive substances and new mixtures of party drugs. I have to say this, ang mga illegal drugs and illegal substances that we see being peddled in the communities ngayon, nag-i-evolve din yan. Dati, alam nyo, sabi nga nila, pag pinag-uusapan ay shabu or methamphetamine hydrochloride, isang klase lang yan. Isang purity level lang ang pinag-uusapan. Ngayon, dahil nga gusto nilang i-alter ang purity level para maging mas mura yung substance, ang ginagawa nila, ina-eksperimento nila, and at the same time, nag-i-evolve sila ng mga chemical components. Meron akong narinig to alter the purity, no, let's go back. Meron akong narinig to alter the purity level of shabu. Alam nyo ba na ang dinadagdag nila ay yung dinikdik na fluorescent lamp or bulb? Tapos yun yung hinahalo nila sa shabu. Ngayon, kung sinong nakadiscover niyan, we do not exactly know, no? But yan ay ginagamit nila as precursors. Just imagine how harmful it is to a person's body kasi usually crystallized form ang shabu. I'm sure you saw yung mga pictures at saka dyan sa mga video clips na available online. So kung sinusunog yan from solid, nagiging gaseous yung form, yun yung sinisinghot ng tao at pumapasok sa katawan ng tao. Imagine if a shabu chemical at that na deadly sa katawan, hinaluan mo pa ng dinikdik na fluorescent, kasama yun sa sisinghutin ng tao, from solid magiging gaseous form yun. What if mag-crystallize at mag-solidify sa loob ng katawan ng tao? What do you think will happen to that person? Diba? That's poison na ini-induce nila. Pero again, yun yung kanilang mga diskarte kasi gusto talaga nilang abusuhin yung mga substances. Now, among young people, merong sinasabing yung pag-i-emerge ng new mixture of party drugs. Ito'y liquid ecstasy as you can read, lidocaine blended with energy drinks. Sinahalo nila sa mga energy drinks. You might be wondering, bakit sir? Kasi mas gusto nila na ramdam nila yung kick or yung potency nitong mga substances na ito. May mga synthetic antinone products combined with other substances. So talagang nag-experiment sila. You heard of this incident sa Mall of Asia kung saan may close-up concert pagkatapos napakaraming mga estudyante doon. Hindi lang nasawi, yung iba dinala sa hospital kasi ang claim nung una na food poisoning because there were drinks and food being circulated for free. Nakakalungkot kasi ginawang guinea pig or experimental individuals yung mga karamihan sa naging biktima. And sad to say, when PNP did yung autopsy para sa mga nasawi doon, nakita nila na namatay ang iba sa mga iyon dahil cardiac arrest caused by yung hinalo doon sa pinainom sa kanila na libre na hindi alam kung kanino galing. Yung iba naman because na overdose doon kasi ang hinalo doon liquid ecstasy. Paggawa daw ng autopsy sa kanila, yung kanilang internal organs sunog. So just imagine, no, kung ano yung epekto ng paggamit ng mga illegal substances na ito. Now, meron ding increasing internet transactions. Hinuli ko yung number 2 kasi meron akong recent development na gustong i-share sa inyo. So unahin ko yung number 3, increasing internet transactions. Well, yung mga sindikato, hindi lang yung droga, yung nai-evolve or yung ine-experiment nila, even the manner kung paano dinidistribute ang drugs, binebenta ang droga, minamarket yung kontrabando, it is an ever-changing mechanism for them. Kung nagbabago tayo ng strategy in terms of enforcement and prosecution, nagbabago rin sila ng strategy para iwasan ang pananagutan sa batas. So, alam nyo ba, during the pandemic, well, some of you might be surprised, dumami at lumaki yung seizures na ginawa natin. Ibig sabihin, itong mga sindikato, tuloy-tuloy pa rin sila. Kahit yung mga tao hindi na nagsisilabasan sa bahay, kahit yung mga tao nagstay put because of the quarantine at stay at home na instructions of the government, talagang nakahanap ng paraan itong mga sindikato to peddle illegal drugs and illegal substances. Now, itong kush marijuana, and marijuana as a whole, I'm sure you heard of this narrative na the United Nations Commission on Narcotic Drugs recently rescheduled the classification of cannabis. Ito lang, I will laymanize this. I will not delve on the very technical details. Dito sa Pilipinas, regardless of the move made by the United Nations Commission on Narcotic Drugs, marijuana, cannabis in any form, dahon, stalk, stem, buto, roots in any form, raw, processed, illegal. It has a corresponding penalty. And more than 500 grams is enough to guarantee you of life imprisonment na punishment per Republic Act 9165. The UN may have made the move kung saan i-allow yung further experiment for the medical use and scientific research ng cannabis. Pero dito sa Pilipinas, hanggat hindi na-amend ang batas, illegal pa rin iyon. Now, I'm sure some of you heard the story na it's a miracle plant. That's wrong. It produces miracle medicines. That's wrong. Yung iba nga, may narinig ako na pakuluin mo lang daw ang dahon ng marijuana kung na-produce yung sabaw, inumin mo daw yung sabaw, it can cure you of any illness. Again, that is a wrong narrative. Alam nyo, ang daming mga gamot na nasa market natin na ang source ay halaman. For example, metformin. Metformin is being used by people who suffer from diabetes. Ang source ng metformin is halaman. Any plant, kung ipoprocess as gamot, merong tinitignan na good components at bad components. The good components, syempre, of the halaman, yun yung i-extract at ipoprocess as gamot. Ihahalo yung ibang substances to produce a medicine, finished product. Yung mga hindi naman magandang epekto ng halaman, yun yung i-eradicate at hindi ipoprocess yun as gamot. For example, one of the disadvantages ng paggamit ng marijuana ay yung hallucinogen niya. Yung epekto kung saan nagbibigay ng addictive, di ba? Effect sa tao na gumagamit nito. O hindi kailangan mo bang isama yun kapag gagawa ka ng gamot? Of course not. Let me tell you a story of one type of medicine kung saan meron siyang component ng cannabis. At ito'y tawag dito ay Epidiolex. Epidiolex is a medicine produced doon sa United States. Kung saan, alam nyo ba yung content lang ng cannabidiol doon sa medisina na yun? Maliit lang. Cannabidiol is from marijuana plant. Tapos, meron pa tayong isang very technical term na component din or substance that can be found in marijuana na ang tawag ay tetrahydrocannabinol, THC. Doon sa Epidiolex, ang content ng tetrahydrocannabinol is just 0.1%. Yung other components ng gamot, hindi yon from marijuana. So hindi pwedeng purely marijuana based ang isang gamot kasi nga may ihahalo ka pa rin ng mga effective substances to be able to produce yung gamot. So be very careful kasi may mga naririnig tayo na kapag meron kang mga muscle spasm or mga pain sa joints na experience, maghaplas ka lang ng marijuana oil, edi problema yan. Kasi it is enough to put you in prison. Again, in any form, possession of marijuana is illegal. Next. Okay, just to give you an idea, ito yung drug of choice and their average prices. Malamang kapag may mga nakikita kayo na buy-bust sa mga anti-drug operations, parating binabanggit na ang na-seize ay ganitong kilo with a dangerous drugs board value of. Kasi ang DDB, opisina po namin, ang nagpepeg ng amount ng kontrabando ngayon per gram. So for example, methamphetamine hydrochloride or shabu, it's worth 6,790 per gram. So kung isang kilo yan, nasa 6.7 million yan. Ito, MDMA at ecstasy, 1,700 pesos per tablet. Cannabis sativa or marijuana is 159 pesos per gram. So ito yung presyo na nakikita ninyo. Now, etong shabu, for example, ang sabi nila, niluluto, there is a process in producing methamphetamine. Of course, I will not mention to you the step-by-step way of doing it. But the reason why many syndicates are into this, Kasi napakalaki ng return of investment. They always say na you will invest 1 peso, the return of investment is 1,000 times higher. So they find it very lucrative, and many people who want to take the easy way or easy road towards the billionaires club become syndicates of peddling illegal drugs. Ganon kalukrative, ganon kalaki ang return of investment, ganon kalaki ang kita. So, nagiging business enterprise. I'm sure you saw other documentaries and even yung portrayal in a Netflix movie kung saan may mga cartel pa yung iba at pinoprotekta nila yung kanilang enterprise, illegal enterprise. Next slide. So, how do we address the drug problem in the country? Yan yung mahalagang tanong. At sir, some of you might ask, may direksyon ba tayo in terms of our drug abuse prevention and control priorities? Ang sagot ko dyan, yes. Hindi nagkakanya-kanya ang mga ahensya pagdating sa galawan upang sugpuin ang problema ng illegal na droga sa ating bansa. Bawat ahensya ay may fair share na kinocontribute towards the attainment of drug-free Philippines by 2022 at may direksyon tayong sinusunod base sa mandate ng bawat ahensya in order to champion our anti-drug priorities. Next slide. So, ano ang ating Philippine Anti-Illegal Drug Strategy or PADS? Basically, ito yung ating blueprint, the framework, the mechanism that describes our strategies, our programs, and what the government has to undertake to address the Philippines drug abuse problem. Nasabi ko sa inyo kanina, even yung problema natin sa droga, evolving yan. Nakikita natin na nagbabago yung sitwasyon at kailangan din nating baguhin ang estilo upang mas paigtingin yung pagsugpo ng problema sa droga. Ang maganda dito, because if you recall, when then Davao City Mayor Rodrigo Duterte campaigned for the highest position in the land, he promised 3 things. Number 1, to address criminality. Number 2, to address corruption. And number 3, to suppress the drug problem. So, nabigyan ng priority ni President Duterte yung anti-drug campaign. Now, hindi naman pwede na yung Philippine Anti-Illegal Drug Strategy will exist as a single framework, nag-iisa at walang kaakibat na ibang plano ng gobyerno. That's why we aligned it and anchored it sa Philippine Development Plan. Ano bang nakalagay sa Philippine Development Plan? There is a goal to establish safe and secure environment for Filipinos. And if we free our communities and our society from the drug menace, it is very clear, and we can see the effect, that our citizens can live in safe and secure communities. Next slide. Now, etong strategy statement, para lang maipaintindi sa inyo kung gaano ka-holistic at all-encompassing yung ating Philippine Anti-Illegal Drug Strategy, nakalagay dito that our goal is to achieve drug-free communities. Papaano? Supply reduction efforts. So medyo mag-wonder ka, ano ba yung supply reduction efforts? So i-note nyo lang yung words na supply reduction later on sa aking deep dive na discussion. I-explain ko sa inyo ang components niya. Involving aggressive law enforcement and prosecution with strong adherence to the rule of law. May batas tayo na sinusunod. Observance of human rights. We respect the dignity and the rights of our people. Coupled with comprehensive demand reduction initiative. So kanina nasabi ko supply reduction, i-note nyo. Ngayon naman, i-note nyo rin demand reduction. And supported by strong international ties and cooperation towards a drug-free Philippines. So let me tell you this story. Alam nyo, I've been representing the country in many international discussions dito sa anti-drug campaign na fino-forge globally. Ngayon, hindi naman tayo naiiba sa ibang bansa. They also have their strategies na nakikita natin, aligned naman yung ginagawa natin. However, you have to understand that the drug problem is unique at the domestic level for each country. Unique eh. Dito sa Pilipinas, meron tayong sariling konteksto ng problema sa droga na atin lang yun. na hindi natin pwedeng sabihin ang problema natin pagdating sa droga dito ay kapareho or 100% prototype of the drug problem, say for example in Iran or in United Kingdom. Pero ang approaches at yung strategies na ginagawa, doon tayo nagkakatugma-tugma. So, our Philippine anti-illegal drug strategy is not a lonely voice in the wilderness. Basically, you can see its alignment with what other countries also do in adherence to international ties and international frameworks. Okay? Next. So, paano natin ma-institutionalize ang Philippine anti-illegal drug strategy? Some of you might be wondering, matatapos na ang term ni President Duterte by 2022. Are we sure, number one, that the one who's going to replace him will give the same degree or level or extent of priority na ibinibigay ng pamahalaan ngayon sa anti-drug campaign? That's a good question. Second, are we sure na yung support na ibinibigay in terms of resources and what the government has to implement to champion its anti-drug programs will be the same by the time the president steps down in 2022? Another good question. So we saw the need for sustainability and institutionalization. And this is the reason why we have proposed, and thank God na approved, yung Executive Order number 66 series of 2018, which institutionalizes, take note of the term, hindi lang implementation, but institutionalization of the Philippine anti-illegal drug strategy. So in-issue ito ni Presidente noong October 29, 2018, at ang DDB po kasi as the lead policy making and strategy formulating body of the government is mandated by law to come up with a national anti-drug program to be implemented nationwide. So, ito yung ating version of the National Anti-Drug Program that during the Duterte administration, it will be named as the PADS or the Philippine Anti-Illegal Drug Strategy. So, lahat magkakasama dito, makikita nyo yung scope and context of the involved instrumentalities and institutions. Next slide. Now, how does it all come together? By 2022, the Philippines has achieved 100% drug-free communities sustained through the implementation of laws, regulations, and policies, and are conducive for peace and order. If you will analyze the illustration that is being flashed before you, ang pinakasentro ay yung community. Why did we emphasize it this way? Executive Order number 66 or the PADS puts communities at the center of the anti-drug campaign. Bakit? Two phases. Una, ang ating mga kababayan na apektado ng salot ng illegal na droga ay nasa community, nasa barangay. Nandun sila. So interventions must be at that level. Pangalawa, yung services na dapat na ibigay sa kanila upang sila ay pagalingin at tulungan, nasa community level din. So, that is why ang pagcha-champion natin sa ating anti-drug campaign has to take place at the level of the community. But we cannot do it single-handedly. May mga kailangan tayong i-guarantee. Una, may enough na programs. Kaya nandiyan, drug prevention programs. Makikita natin, on the other hand, anti-drug policies. Paano ba ginagawa ang lahat ng ito? Ano ba yung step-by-step process para magawa ito? Ano yung direksyon na pag-uusapan natin para marating ito? And most importantly, there is interagency cooperation. The national government agencies are ready to assist the local communities in order to create drug-free environments. Take note of this. Hindi naman agad-agad magiging drug-free ang mga barangays. May pinagdadaanan pa na proseso. Before one barangay can become drug-free, dapat dumaan muna siya sa process of becoming drug resilient. Kung drug resilient na siya at na-sustain niya yung pagiging drug resilient niya sa barangay, ready to march towards drug-free status na yan. So we're not just doing lip service here na hindi, kaya yan, agad-agad may magiging drug-free barangay. There is a process. There are parameters, there are indicators na kailangan masatisfy. Next. Can I ask the Secretariat, how many minutes do I still have? Kasi sa tingin ko dito ako magdedwell ng medyo matagal-tagal? Secretariat?
Sir, you still have around 25 minutes
25
because we
minutes.
started a bit late, so you still have more
Okay,
time.
sige. Paninindigan ko iyan yung 25 minutes. And I just wish to beg for the indulgence ng ating audience kasi ang 2 o'clock in the afternoon, oras talaga yan ng siesta. So kahit ako ay nagiging nagiging subject din ng sasabihin nating lull time na yan. But I will try to make this discussion more interactive. Now, kanina nabanggit ko sa inyo, take note of drug supply reduction and drug demand reduction. Ngayon, these are the 2 pillars of our anti-drug strategy. Simulan natin dito sa illustrative example ng bow and arrow. So, supply reduction and demand reduction are both represented by the icons bow and arrow. Bakit bow and arrow? Simple. One will not exist without the other. They are complementary. Useless ang bow kung walang arrow, useless ang arrow kapag walang bow. So, ang ating bow and arrow naman, hindi magiging useful kapag walang target board kung saan mo gagamitin ito at isushoot yung iyong arrow. So, represented sa ating target board ay yung drug-free communities by 2022. Now, ano yung components ng drug supply reduction? Simulan natin sa drug supply reduction. Ang basic understanding of this pillar is take away drugs from the public. Simple. Alisin ang droga sa publiko. Ano yung mga components? Una, market denial operations and prevention of diversion from licit to illicit market. Okay. Narinig nyo na ba yung tungkol sa mga precursors and chemicals? I'm sure some of you who are taking up BS Chem or chemical engineering courses would understand kung ano yung controlled precursors and chemicals. Actually, these are substances na ginagamit sa pag-produce ng mga useful materials, useful products, either merong industrial or medical uses. Now, not all of these controlled precursors and essential chemicals are being contained for their industrial and medical uses. Some of these controlled precursors and essential chemicals ay dinadivert to produce illegal drugs or substances. That is why the campaign under the supply reduction pillar would involve prevention of diversion. Kasi pinapasok yung mga controlled precursors and essential chemicals and substances to serve specific medical and industrial use. Kaso, yung mga sindikato, ginagamit naman yan para i-divert upang mag-produce ng kontrabando at illegal drugs. Yan yung iniiwasan natin. Would you believe, for example, ito, mga example of substances na ginagamit sa pag-produce ng droga. Acetone. Acetone, alam natin, kahit sa pang-araw-araw na buhay, ginagamit yan, lalong-lalo na sa mga babae na gustong maglinis ng kanilang mga kuko. Tatanggalin ang Q-Tex, gagamit na lang ng acetone. In other words, sa day-to-day use ng tao, gamit na gamit yan. On a massive scale, ginagamit din ng mga industriya yan sa pag-produce ng mga essential chemicals na definitely pwedeng gamitin for commercial purposes. But if ang acetone ay na-divert, jackpot yan on the part of the syndicates who used to prepare illegal drugs like methamphetamine hydrochloride or shabu. Another example of a substance that is being used to produce methamphetamine or hydrochloride or shabu. May guess kayo? Titingnan ko nga Engineer Joseph yung sa chat box. Wala pa. Chlorine is one. Alam naman natin, in terms of water treatment, ginagamit yung chlorine. Kahit nga for leisure, di ba? Usually sa mga resort, nakikita ninyo na ano ba yan, yung swimming pool, paglabas mo ng pool, after mo mag-swimming, puting-puti ka, parang pinleaching ka. And yung water din na paminsan-minsan galing doon sa
sa source bago makarating sa gripo natin, amoy na amoy natin, may chlorine, may industrial use. Sa pang-araw-araw na buhay, importante yan. Pero nadadivert ng mga sindikato at yun yung iniiwasan natin kasi naaabuso at nagagamit to produce illegal substances. Now, meron pa mga ibang examples like potassium permanganate, etc. So, it is the responsibility of the government to control and at the same time to eventually address yung diversion problem. Now, this is one realization I want you to embrace. Ang Philippine Coast Guard in our dialogue sa kanila, they were very concerned. Sabi nila, sir, kung dito sa lupa, mainland, tone-tonelada, kilo-kilogramo ng mga finished products ng mga droga ang nasisiz. Dapat, sir, i-monitor din natin yung mga coastlines natin. Why? Well, Philippines has a porous shoreline. We are an archipelago. Napakaraming entry points. Sabi nila, dapat sa coastline sa monitor kasi bari-bariles yung diversion ng mga controlled precursors and essential chemicals. Why? Perhaps smuggling ang concern, mas mura. Or worst, yun yung dinadivert para gawing or mag-produce ng illegal drugs. So, hindi lang dito sa mainland yung relentless anti-drug effort natin. Even sa ating coastlines, even sa ating mga karagatan. Now, nakikita nyo dito yung number 2, reduce the production and spread of dangerous drugs. Yun, kasama yan sa ginagawang enforcement measures natin. Yung pag-dismantle ng clandestine laboratory, pag-dismantle ng drug dens, pag-destroy ng mga marijuana cultivation sites. And then, kasama dito yung cutting the supply through alternative development. Ano ba yung pwedeng pamalit sa illegal drug trade na many of our kababayans are saying kaya sila nagbe-venture into such is because wala silang kabuhayan, sila ay mahirap, wala silang alam na ibang means to legitimately or legally earn. So alternative development comes in different concept para matulungan natin. Yung ating mga kababayan na rather than magtanim kayo ng marijuana, bibigyan na lang namin kayo ng crop production project with the help of the Department of Agriculture, magtanim kayo ng mga crops na hindi illegal. And then when you have your ani, tutulungan namin kayo farm to market. Pwede nating i-refer yan sa local market. Meron kayong wholesaler na bibili diyan, kikita kayo. Hindi pa kayo magkakaroon ng pananagutan sa batas. So that is the essence of alternative development. Globally, ang meron talagang successful alternative development program ay yung Thailand. Yung sa kanila naman mga poppy plants yun, dati na talagang very rampant pero na-substitute nila ng alternate crops and the farmers also listen to the government and they welcome the project. Ngayon, meron silang global success story na ibinabahagi sa mga bansa na namomroblema pa rin ngayon when it comes to crop production leading to yung illegal yield of substances. So, on the other hand naman, so na-mention ko sa inyo sa drug supply reduction kasama yung enforcement. Prosecution and judicial measures na andito rin. So may mga corresponding penalties tayo. Alam natin yan sa bawat violation natin sa pagda-traffic ng illegal na droga. Now, I mentioned to you na there is a way to balance the anti-drug campaign. More than be a security issue, take note of this, drug addiction is also a health concern. Drug addiction is chronic relapsing mental health illness. Sakit siya. Kaya nangangailangan ang isang tao who is a drug user or severe drug user. Hindi natin ginagamit dapat ang term na drug addict ha. Hindi yan magandang pakinggan at hindi yan rights-based. So ang ginagamit natin na term ay drug user. So ang isang drug user, sa totoo lang, nagsasuffer yan at kailangan ng tulong. Part of the interventions ay yung medical services. Kasi nga, addiction ang na-develop sa kanya. And eventually, kailangan mo siyang pagalingin para ma-reintegrate mo, maibalik mo siya sa society kung saan siya nanggaling. Second chance to start life all over again, become a citizen. The government's intention is clear in terms of the context, no? Pananagutin yung mga pananagutin yung mga pushers and offenders, pagalingin ang mga users. That is what we have to do. Now, sa demand reduction pillar, kung supply reduction take away drugs from the public, etong demand reduction people away from abusing drugs. In what way? Kung ikaw ay isang tao na never gumamit ng droga, hindi matatapos yung trabaho namin dahil kampante kami na talaga gagamit. Our objective is to eventually protect para hindi mo talaga gamitin ang droga. Meanwhile, for those been affected by the drug problem dahil in one way or another sila ay gumamit na ng droga, the intention is to treat them, rehabilitate them, reintegrate them, and cure them. So how do we do our demand reduction efforts? Dito pumapasok ngayon yung policy formulation, setting the bedrock and the foundation of our anti-drug approaches. Preventive education. Alam nyo ba, in Japan, part of the formative education ng kanilang mga estudyante ay yung disiplina. Ipinapasok nila sa konteksto at konsepto ng pagtuturo ng disiplina yung pangangalaga sa katawan and sinesegue nila na when you use drugs, you destroy your body. Totoo yun. So, how can one person avoid using drugs? Out of curiosity, peer pressure, influence, etc. Meron silang slogan at gusto nga natin i-adapt yun. Sana hindi siya patented. Just say no. Sabihin mo lang, just say no. You are being offered, say no. Your friends invite you, say no. You are being given freebies, say no. Just say no. Part ng kanilang preventive education yun. So research is also part of demand reduction, treatment and rehabilitation and reintegration. Now, there is a common misconception na gusto ko alisin ninyo sa inyong mga isip. Pag sinasabi kasing drug user, madalas ang nasa isip natin ay kailangan i-rehab yan. Diba? Drug user, rehab. Yun lang naman ang option na nakikita ng iba. However, believe me when I say that not all drug users must be admitted in treatment and rehab centers. Hindi lahat ng mga drug users kailangan i-rehab. Kaya nga, with the help of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, meron tayong 4 na classification of drug users. Low level of drug use, mild level of drug use, moderate level of drug use, severe level of drug use. Kung low level of drug use, behavioral change, psychoeducation, general counseling, makukuha yan eh. Kasi malalaman mo naman ang root cause ng drug problem niya. And mabibigyan mo ng intervention kasi hindi pa naman siya hooked substance. Mild and moderate, they go to either community-based rehabilitation facility or outpatient services. Still, hindi mo sila ipapasok sa rehab. Yung mga severe, sila ang kailangan mong ipasok ngayon sa inpatient treatment and rehab facility because yung degree of addiction malala. Now, together with the intervention for rehabilitation, papasok yung treatment, medical services. So kapag severe ang drug use mo, inpatient ka, sa loob ka ng treatment and rehab, ang programa mo is from 6 months to 10 months or beyond, depende sa assessment ng drug addiction specialist. So kuha nyo ngayon, hindi pala lahat, only the severe need to be placed in treatment and rehab facilities. Now, the treatment and rehab process will be useless if walang reintegration. Ayan, part pa rin yan ng number 1 under demand reduction, reintegration. Kasi nga the intention is to bring them back to the communities where they come from. Ngayon, ang mahirap lang dyan, if yung community kung saan siya galing, hindi siya ready tanggapin ulit. Because of discrimination and stigma. And we heard of that na nagbagong buhay siya sa rehab, pagbalik niya doon sa kanilang community, tinakwil na siya ng pamilya niya, diniscriminate pa siya ng community kasi sa totoo lang, nung time daw na siya ay drug user, magulo talaga siya sa kanilang barangay. So, dahil hindi siya accepted, naghanap na depress siya, naghanap uli siya ng support group. Unfortunately, yung nahanap niya na support group, yung dating mga kasamahan niya na gumagamit ng droga. So what do you think will happen to that person na kapag bumalik uli siya doon sa circle of friends niya na nag-udyok sa kanyang gumamit ng droga? Kahit magaling na siya, babalik siya uli doon sa paggamit ng illegal na droga. Yun yung sad reality. Now, reintegration has to guarantee ano? Relapse prevention. Hindi babalik uli doon sa paggamit ng illegal na droga. The sad thing is, relapse is high in the Philippines. And there is already an explanation na sinasabi sa amin. Ang sabi sa amin, dahil nga sakit siya, pwedeng mag-relapse uli. So your government is doing its best para yung mga nadapa uli after being treated, after being rehabilitated, tutulungan uli natin until totally yung support system ready na para panindigan siya, and at the same time this person will have his or her second chance to be a productive citizen of the society. Now, kasama rin sa demand reduction yung promoting civic awareness and alternative development, forge and foster cooperation with regional and international agencies and counterparts. Two things na gusto kong i-emphasize sa forging and fostering cooperation with regional and international agencies and counterparts. When I was attending the ASEAN Senior Officials Meeting on Drug Matters last year, naandun kami sa Siem Reap, Cambodia. Nung time na yon, nasa kasagsagan at mainit yung discussion about restoration of death penalty in the Philippines for drug offenses. Kasi alam naman natin ngayon, suspended yung imposition of death penalty. Kahit nakalagay sa Republic Act 9165, yung Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act, na talagang may mga penalty na nagwawarrant ng death, no? Pero wala tayong choice kasi sinuspend yung implementation of death penalty for all crimes in the Philippines. Lumapit sa akin yung head ng Narcotics Control Board of Indonesia. He's a good friend na sabi niya, Undersecretary, I'm just wondering, why is it that the international media and rights groups attack the Philippines on the restoration of death penalty for drug offenses? In Indonesia, we have been implementing that policy. And as you know, one of your citizens, Mary Jane Veloso, if natatandaan ninyo, di ba, is in the death row. Kaso suspended lang yung pag-carry out ng kanyang sentence, no? But why are they not after us? Why are they after the Philippines? So it gave me a realization na, hindi lang naman tayo nag-iisa kung sakali dito sa ASEAN. Indonesia pala matal na at mas relentless yung kanilang campaign. So, isa yun sa mga realizations. Now, when we were in the same meeting, Malaysia kasi, of all the ASEAN member states, 10 naman tayo Malaysia has a very effective treatment and rehabilitation program for drug dependents sa kanila. Ngayon, ang sabi ng head ng Malaysia, nakita nila yung concept of our community-based rehabilitation program for mild and moderate drug users. Hindi pa kasi nila nagagawa yan kasi yung best practices nila para sa mga severe inpatient na confinement for severe drug users. Na-akuan sila, na-amaze sila. And you know what? For the first time, Malaysia offered that the treatment and rehabilitation cluster of ASEAN will be chaired by the Philippines. Kino-consider tayo as a model country for community-based rehabilitation program. So, sabi ko, mukhang kailangan lang natin i-promote yung tamang mensahe that our anti-drug campaign is not heavy on enforcement alone. It is not only on supply reduction. There are other pillars na ini-implement natin para balansehin yung ating kampanya, and we are equally successful in balancing the pillars. So, in other words, we need a holistic, all-encompassing approach to address the drug problem. And this is what is being guaranteed and addressed by the continuing implementation of the Philippine Anti-Illegal Drug Strategy. So I guess I was able to exhaust yung aking discussion time, and I will leave it here and reserve some time later for the question and answer. Maraming salamat, Secretariat. Thank you everyone for listening.
Wait. The knowledge gained on the talk of Undersecretary
Earl P. Saavedra is very beneficial and timely as we face similar challenges in our society. From all of us organizers and participants of this summit, our heartfelt gratitude to you, sir, Undersecretary Earl P. Saavedra. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for this opportunity, ma'am.
Our next session will tackle the Executive Order number 70, National Task.
Sir, may I personally thank our speaker, my kababayan. Thank you for the response to our call in order for our youth to more or less understand the effect of drugs abuse or substance abuse. Thank you so much for your precious time, sir.
Thank you, RD. You are among those I really look forward to, no? Si RD Roddy and I usually get in touch with each other online. And I'm very happy to see how active he is despite the threats of COVID. He goes around to make sure that all our tertiary institutions in Region 9 continue to perform their responsibilities to help our students. Mabuhay, RD, and more power.
Thank you at mabuhay ka rin.
Again, thank you, Undersecretary Earl P. Saavedra. Our next session will tackle the Executive Order number 70, National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict. To introduce us to the knowledgeable and inspiring speaker, may I call in Mr. Conrad Frubel A. Kilab for the resource speaker's introduction.
Thank you, Dr. Shamir. Good afternoon, everyone. Please allow me to introduce our next speaker for this afternoon session. So, our speaker is from the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, or NICA in short, in charge in carrying out covert and clandestine intelligence programs in our government. To discuss the Executive Order number 70, or the National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict, in behalf of Regional Director Ariel T. Perlado of NICA Region 9, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Deputy Regional Director Bonifacio R. Pulgo. Please give him a warm virtual applause.
Thank you, Mr. Conrad Fruibel Kilab, for that introduction. By the way, I will be representing NICA 9 Regional Director Ariel Perlado, who is currently attending our agency's annual Command Conference in Manila. To the organizers of this CHEDRO-9 Virtual Student Summit with the team, Learn Now and Lead Tomorrow. Led by my good friend, CHED-9 Regional Director Rody Garcia, sir, other resource speakers, Dean of Student Affairs, student leaders, and student organizations councils from different higher educational institutions in Region 9. Good afternoon po. Maayong hapon sa atong tanan. Assalamualaikum for our Muslim brothers and sisters. Please. Pitik mo na. The learning objectives. Next slide. The learning objectives of my presentation this afternoon includes, first, to provide participants with a deeper understanding of EO 70 in TF-LCAC, and to provide the participants with the skills and tools needed for leading and managing the youth's potential in a way that maximizes their contribution to peace-building efforts and their impact to society. Next slide. But before proceeding, let me share with you a thought for today. When you are simply talking, you are only repeating what you know. But when you are listening to others, you are actually learning something new. Nakikita po natin dito the picture of a parachute. Ang parachute po, hindi po natin nagagamit pag hindi po natin binubuksan o nabubuksan. The hearts and minds of people are like parachutes. They function only when they are open. According to Marianne McLeod-Bertoni, a social activist, we have a powerful potential in our youth, and we must have the courage to change old ideas and practices so that we may direct their powers towards good ends. Who are the Filipino youth? According to the National Youth Council, 30% of the total population are the youth and is categorized into three: the youth children, ages 15 to 17 years old; the core youth, ages 18 to 24 years old; and the young adults, with ages 25 to 30 years old. What does the National Youth Assessment Study tell us about Filipino youth? There is a red flag. In other words, nakakabahala po. According to the study made by the National Youth Commission, 26% have thought that at least once that life was not worth living. 14% have considered taking their life, engaged in steps to push through with it. About half are not fully aware of HIV or AIDS and sexually transmitted diseases. More than half of the working youth do not receive employment benefits. %50 of the working youth prepare to go abroad. 1 out of 2 of the youth is not satisfied with the state of governance in the country. 69.3% believe that corruption is unavoidable, and about 70% are not members of any youth organizations. The National Youth Assessment Study also showed some positive aspects of today's Filipino youth. About 78% agreed that political participation is important. 65% of those no longer studying want to go back to school. 78% agree that there is nothing wrong with seeking professional counseling for mental problems, and 90% are proud to be Filipinos. Therefore, the youth development is everybody's concern. In Japanese schools, the students don't get any exams until they reach the 4th grade, because the goal for the first 2 years of school is not to judge the child's knowledge or learning, but to establish good manners and develop character. The Japanese scholar teaches manner before knowledge. Should this be implemented worldwide? Therefore, we need to teach our youth to be righteous, give them the proper education and leadership, discipline, because we teach them the right attitude, character, and righteousness. When there is righteousness in the heart, there is beauty in the character. When there is beauty in the character, there is harmony in the house. When there is harmony in the house, there is order in the nation. And when there is order in the nation, there is peace in the world. Nakikita po natin yung picture na to. Siguro familiar tayo dito. Ito po si Medusa, babae na maraming ahas sa ulo. Ahas na mga poisonous na ahas. They have the poisonous charm. Madali silang maka-akit, maka-recruit, because they have the so-called sweet tongue. Matamis po yung sa salita nila. To the point na ang asin kaya nilang gawing asukal. They have the so-called sweet poison. Matamis na lason. Lason siya, matamis siya, pero lason pa rin siya. This is the CPP, NPA, NDF. And killing the small snakes will not kill Mendoza. You need to cut off the head. Therefore, we need to cut off the supply of fresh fighters and ultimately drain the CTG of each members. Let us have reflections first, something to ponder. Are you proud as a youth, as a student, a teacher, professor? When was the last time you feel proud as a youth, a student, a teacher, a professor? When was the last time you felt proud as Filipino? As a youth, student, teacher, professor, what can you give? What can you contribute to end the local communist armed conflict? What talents in you that you can provide? What leadership legacy would you like to pass on to others? What do you want to be known for? These are the imprints of legacy. What would you like to be remembered, written in your tombstone when you die? Ladies and gentlemen, it is said that the best form of education is telling story or storytelling. Having said that, when the invitation was handed over to me by our admin officer last week, and upon knowing the theme of your activity today, learn now, lead tomorrow, I was really impressed. It's actually very simple, yet so motivational. The term learning and term leadership are intertwined. And your theme today reminded me of a book that I personally wrote several years back during my one-year stint at the Development Academy of the Philippines in Tagaytay City. The book is entitled My Personal Strategic Development Plan and Action Plan. The book that I wrote has 4 chapters. The first chapter talks about who am I? The second chapter answers where I am now. The third chapter talk about where am I going. The fourth chapter was all about how am I to get there. And the last 6 pages of that book is my own eulogy. It may probably sound strange to others, but it's not really normal, right? But to me, I believe that there's nothing wrong writing your own eulogy, even if you are still alive. For the ordinary people, eulogy is normally done during funerals. It is often said that a person's good deeds, positive attributes, and adulations are likely uttered during his or her wake from funerals. Eulogy basically talk about your legacy. Legacy is a word that talks about people no longer with us. Most people think about legacy at the end of their career as they're near retirement. Legacy as defined is something that once leaves behind. Thinking about legacy encourages us to think about today's actions in a larger context. Legacy thinking requires us to go beyond the common practice of short-term thinking because legacies include the past, the present, and the future.
Sir
As leaders,
Sir Pulgo, good afternoon.
Yes, go ahead.
We are very sorry to interrupt your speaking engagement, but for the meantime, we would like to acknowledge the presence of our Honorable J. Prospero E. De Vera, Chairperson of the Commission on Higher Education.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
I believe that our Chairperson Honorable J. Prospero E. De Vera would like to say something or relay his message to the activity done by this Regional Office 9.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah.
Dr. Tan, is Chair Honorable J. Prospero de Vera around? Is with us already?
Doc Sham?
Yes, Dr. Tan.
Yeah, he's around, but still waiting for the audio to be connected.
Okay. That's noted, Dr. Tan.
Oh, hindi, ulit uwi. A pleasant afternoon to everyone. I am honored and privileged to introduce to you our honorable distinguished speaker this afternoon in this session. Our speaker today is a passionate advocate of higher education. He is the first commissioner who highly and strongly supported the free higher education, which later known as Law Republic Act 10931, the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Act, or the Unified Student Financial Assistance System for Tertiary Education, which is now in full swing, and which it is a privilege for him to be given the historic opportunity to deliver President Duterte's promise of free tertiary education. Prior to his stint at the Commission on Higher Education, he was the Vice President for Public Affairs of the University of the Philippines. He also served as the director of two NCPAG centers, the Center for Policy and Executive Development and the Center for Leadership, Citizenship, and Democracy. His specializations include demographic and population, environmental policy, higher education's governance, legislative studies, monitorings and evaluation, non-governmental organizations, policy analysis, political management, and social development. He finished his Bachelor of Arts in History at the University of the Philippines, his MA Social Studies at De La Salle University, and his Doctor of Public Administration in University of the Philippines. He was a Fulbright Hays visiting scholar at the University of Southern California in the California State Sacramento from 1990 to 1992 and Senior Fulbright Visiting Professor Fellow at the Johns Hopkins University from 2000 to 2001. Despite of his hectic schedules, he still finds times in joining and attending several social activities nationwide. He is a recipient of numerous awards, both local, national, and international. He is a proactive leader that brought several projects and programs of the Commission on Higher Education, which serves as a source of overall direction and guidance of the Commission. And he leads to the formulations of policies, standards, plans, and programs for the development and reform of the Philippine higher education in a globalized context. So, my friends, ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure and honor to present our speaker, the chairperson of the Commission on Higher Education. Please welcome Dr. J. Prospero E. De Vera III.
Mambi? Mambi?
Yes? Yes.
3 o'clock kasi sir, Petra. Kaya pala. 3 minutes. Kaya pala yung kitang kwento as of now. Hello?
Yes. Yes, yes.
3 o'clock pa. So, mag-continue na ito. Cover 3 o'clock na. Welcome na lang.
Sir, Sir Sham?
Yes, Sir Joseph.
Maybe we could go on with the presentation. We really ask for our apologies because we were hoping that our Honorable De Vera would be available already. But as of the moment, he's still on call. So maybe we could proceed with the presentation.
That's noted, Sir Joseph. So again, we are extending our apologies to Sir Pulgo of the NICA. Maybe, sir, you can already continue with your talk now.
Good afternoon once again.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, sir. Sorry for the interruption due to the demand of our chairperson's time. So thank you so much for the indulgence, and I'm so thankful for your presence.
Okay. It is said that storytelling is the best form of education. Having said that, when the invitation was again handed over to me by our admin officer last week, and upon knowing the theme of your activity today, learn now, lead tomorrow, I was impressed. It's actually very simple yet so inspiring and motivational. The term learning and term leadership are intertwined. And your team today reminded me of a book that I personally wrote several years back during my one-year stint at the Development Academy of the Philippines in Tagaytay City. The book is entitled My Personal Strategic Development Plan and Action Plan. The book that I wrote has 4 chapters. The first chapter took about who am I? The second chapter answers where am I now? The third chapter talked about where I am going. The fourth chapter was all about how am I to get there. And the last pages was all about how am I to get there. The last 6 pages of that book is my own theology. It was, or it may probably sound strange to others, but it's not really normal, right? But to me, I believe that there's nothing wrong writing your own theology, even if you are still alive. For ordinary people, eulogy is normally done during funerals. It is often said that a person's good deeds, positive attributes, and adulations are likely authored during his or her wake or funerals. Eulogy basically talk about your legacy. Legacy is a word that talks about people no longer with us. Most people think about legacy at the end of their career, as they're near retirement. Legacy is, as defined, is something that leaves behind. Thinking about legacy encourages us to think about today's actions in a larger context. Legacy thinking requires us to go beyond the common practice of short-term thinking because legacies include the past, the present, and the future. As leaders, we leave a legacy with the decisions we make and the actions we take. Our legacy is revealed in how others who work with us, for us, and beside us feel and think about us. As a result of having been in our presence, we live our legacy daily, and it can be good or bad. Learning, on the other hand, is a cooperative process. Helping each other to learn requires a process of interactive interdependence. Learning results from experience. People become independent when they have experienced interdependence. Trusting when they have experienced trust. Responsible when they have experienced responsibility. Learning is sometimes a painful process. Changing behaviors often requires giving up old, comfortable ways of believing, thinking, and acting. People learn when they feel they are personally involved in the learning process. People are encouraged to learn under a climate of acceptance, trust, and respect. On the other hand, every Superman has a kryptonite. My ambition in life is to be an instrument and catalyst of peace to our country. For almost 32 years in government service, being with the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, I have witnessed the sufferings of the Filipino people where Filipinos are fighting against each other. We already have suffered enough from the continuing armed and violent confrontations in many parts of our country. From 1968 to date, the death toll reached several thousands: soldiers, government officials, rebels, and innocent civilians. Several million people have experienced displacement in the course of more than 5 decades of armed conflict. They were ordinary peasants, tribal, and marginal Filipinos who were all the more deprived of the resources of livelihood. Children who died of diseases were orphaned and deprived of education because of the fighting. Damage to crops and property reached several billions of pesos. Moreover, the government has to spend billions in operations to maintain peace and order throughout the country under an environment of armed internal conflicts. Perhaps, if only half of this could have been spent on development and livelihood programs, our country might be in a much better position to pay our debts. We could have built more schools and health centers. We could have had more funds for land reform and mass housing. Our government employees and workers could have had more decent pay. We could have set up more power generation or generators and would not have had to endure long brownouts and could have built infrastructure to prevent the pestering floods. But even if there are many difficult obstacles, our dream of a genuine, just, and lasting peace is not unattainable. If we are united, nothing is impossible. The peace that we all desire is within reach. Our people's involvement, therefore, is the key to the attainment of a genuine, just, and lasting peace. Because the people are the most affected by the absence of peace, because it is the people who are the main beneficiaries of peace, and because the peace process is anchored on the people's participation, each and every Filipino must recognize his or her task in the attainment of peace. First and foremost, each and every one of us must understand the issues of peace. It is through a well-informed and conscious citizenry that the peace effort can be truly successful. It is our responsibility to inform others of the issues of peace. Let us all help in the effort towards developing a national culture of peace. Teachers, discuss in your classrooms the various issues of peace. For the civic organizations, launch projects related to peace. For the mass media, report truthfully on the events and developments towards the attainment of peace. For the church people, spread the gospel and messages of peace. For the artists, portray and reflect in your art, the various facets of peace. For the youth, the future is yours. Thus, participate actively in the activities related to peace. For every one of us, let us have the courage to recognize our police as a people and do something to correct them. We Filipinos are creative. If we have the will, the way to peace shall not be as difficult. Let us all get involved. It is only our sufferings that we shall lose. It will be more than peace that we shall attain. The Filipino people must dream as one, speak as one, and act as one, in order to achieve a just, comprehensive, and lasting peace. Ang ating bansa ay mayroong hinaharap na malaking suliranin o problema. Ito po ay ating problema sa CPP, NPA, NDF, or what we now collectively call as the Communist Terrorist Group. At ang matindi ay itong violent extremism and even illegal drugs, as what was explained by our resource speaker a while ago. Ayon po sa ating pagsusuri, ang mga problemang ito ay nagsisimula sa maling adhikain, maling pakikibaka at maling paniniwala or ideolohiya na nagdudulot ng malalim na sugat at malaking pinsala sa ating ekonomiya, sa ating seguridad at sa ating kapayapaan. Malaki itong banta sa ating lipunan. Hanggat nandyan itong mga problema sa ating lipunan at hindi natin matugunan sa tamang panahon, ito ay lalong magdudulot na mas malaking banta sa ating mga sarili, sa ating mga pamilya, sa ating lipunan at sa ating gobyerno. Mga kapatid, mayroon po tayong magagawa. We have the power to change our destiny. Sa dilang binisaya pa, kita adunay dakong katakos para sa kausaban sa atong sangputana. According to the UNESCO Constitution, since wars begins in the mind of man, it is in the minds that the defenses of peace must be constructed. Copying the words of Albert Einstein, and I quote, "The world that we have created is a product of our thinking. It cannot be changed without changing our thinking." Mahalaga po ang papel na ginagaman at dapat gampanan ng mga kabataan sa ating lipunan. The youth are the backbone of the nation. They can change the future of the society with their well-being and courageous behavior. The youth of today will inherit the nation of tomorrow, and the destiny and future of humanity depends on the youth. Unless we teach them peace, someone else will teach them violence. In that regard, instead of becoming the hope of our country and a dynamic source of innovation, they will become a destructive force. Ang sabi ni Edwin Borky, the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, life is a game. If you want to win, play it well. How do you play the game well? By mastering it. How do you achieve mastery in a game? By learning the game from a master who has himself or herself gained mastery in that particular game. When you get trained from such an expert coach, he or she, by her experience, wisdom, realization, can impart to us the principles, the techniques, the subtleties nuances, nitty-gritties of that particular trade. For example, if one wants to learn the game of chess, one can learn lessons from a book. Now, what the book can offer us is the text. But what a master can offer us is the context in which the text actually gets its depth and its meaning. When we approach an expert, experienced, wise, realized master, he or she can invest in our strengths and help those strengths grow and flourish. Such a master can even spot and identify our weaknesses and probably transform those weaknesses into our strength. It is said that when we are beautiful, it is the God's gift to us. But when we live our life beautiful, it is our gift to God. On that note, let me now pose the following basic questions to all of us. Hayaan lang ba natin ito magpatuloy sa ating henerasyon? Hayaan lang ba natin ito na manghahari or maghahari at maghasik ng lagim sa ating lipunan? Hayaan lang ba natin ito na wala tayong hakbang na gagawin para sugpuin ito? Uunlad ba kaya ang ating bansa kung walang taong gagawa? Kung hindi tayo, sino? Kung hindi ngayon, kailan? To provide us the clear answers to those questions, let me now begin with my presentation on EO70. But before we deliver the orientation for government executives on the communist terrorist group problem, we would like to ask everyone's indulgence, as this will be an hour-long presentation. The CPP-NPA-NDF indoctrinates their people for hours, days, and even months, but we ask for just an hour of your undivided attention. We ask everyone to please listen intently, and we hope that by the end of this presentation, we would have educated you on the CTG problem and its solution. In behalf of our Director General, Alex Paul Monteagudo, we would like to first thank the Commission on Higher Education, led by Secretary Julian Prospero de Vera, for allowing us to present to you the NTF 70's call to action to end the local armed conflict. We have presented this briefing to the different sectors of our society, but it has always been our intention, our dream, even to be able to present this to the CHED. As the department in charge of promoting and ensuring access to quality higher education, you are indeed one of the most important departments that needs to hear the NTF 70 narrative. Nelson Mandela has once said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. It is through education that the daughter of a peasant can become a doctor, that the son of a mine worker can become the head of the mine, that a child of a farm worker can become the president of a great nation. Ang libu-libong kabataan na inyong natulungan, lalo na po ang mga nanggagaling sa hirap at ngayon ay may maganda ng buhay, ay tiyak na lubos rin ang pasasalamat sa CHED sa pagkakataon na ibinigay ninyo sa kanila upang makapagtapos ng pag-aaral. The CHED believes that education is the best investment for the future. And rightly so, because in your hands lies the power to help each and every Filipino to change their lives by giving them the opportunity to reach out for their dreams. With the different programs you have launched to ensure that all Filipinos will have access to quality higher education, you made our people see and feel that the government cares for them. You showed them, the youth in particular, that there is hope and that regardless of their status in life, their right to quality higher education is guaranteed. Subalit, ang lahat po na inyong mga mabuting layunin at magagandang programa na ilulunsad at ilulunsad pa ay nanganganib na masayang dahil sa isang grupo na patuloy na nagbabanta sa ating seguridad at ginagamit ang sektor ng edukasyon, lalo na ang ating mga kabataan, upang isulong ang kanilang masamang layunin na pabagsakin ang ating gobyerno. Ang grupong ito ay ang Communist Party of the Philippines, the National Democratic Front, and the New People's Army or the Communist Terrorist Group. As you have seen in the previous presentation, the CPP, NDF, NPA has already infiltrated the government and the various sectors of our society through the lies they have committed for 52 years. Allow us today to tell you the truth by presenting this briefing entitled, "Why has the CPP, NDF, NPA survived for 52 years?" Today, we will veer away from the traditional presentation and instead start with these questions. 52 years after it was established in 1968, why has the CPP, NDF, NPA managed to survive?
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Maybe
What?
interrupt for... Hello, sir. Hello, Sir Nika. Maybe interrupt for a few minutes as our chairman is about to enter the summit. Thank you. You will be having much of your time after the message of our Chairperson De Vera, because it's a very interesting topic that you are informing right now. Can we have your time out for a moment? Thank you.
It's okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Jody, hello.
Sir.
Okay, you may proceed.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Pleasant afternoon once again. Now, in behalf of CHEDRO-9, OIC Regional Director, Dr. Rodi P. Garcia, I am honored and privileged to introduce to you our honorable distinguished speaker this afternoon session. Our speaker today is a passionate advocate of higher education. He is the first commissioner who highly and strongly supported the free higher education, which later known a law, Republic Act 10931, which is known as the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Act, or the Unified Student Financial Assistance System for Tertiary Education, which is now in full swing, and which is a privilege for him to be given the historic opportunity to deliver President Duterte's promise of free tertiary education. Prior to his stint at the Commission on Higher Education, he was the Vice President for Public Affairs of the University of the Philippines. He also served as the director of two NCPAG centers, the Center for Policy and Executive Development and the Center for Leadership, Citizenship, and Democracy. His specializations include demography and population, environmental policy, higher education's governance, legislative studies, monitoring and evaluation, non-governmental organizations, policy analysis, political management, and social development. He finished his Bachelor of Arts in History at the University of the Philippines. We will be awarding the speakers. MA Social Studies at De La Salle University, and his Doctor of Public Administration at the University of the Philippines. He was a Fulbright in the California State Sacramento from 1990 to 1992, and a senior Fulbright visiting professor and fellow at the Johns Hopkins University from 2000 to 2001. Despite of his hectic schedules, he still finds time in joining and attending several SERP activities nationwide. He is a recipient of numerous awards, both local, national, and international. He is a proactive leader that brought several projects and programs to the Commission on Higher Education Formulations of policies, standards, plans, and programs for the developmental and reform of the Philippine higher education in a globalized context. So, my friends, ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure and honor to present our speaker, the chairperson of the Commission on Higher Education. Please welcome Dr. J. Prospero E. De Vera III.
Thank you very much to our Regional Director, Rodi Garcia, the representatives of other government agencies who have been invited to speak before our young leaders, and most especially to our young leaders, good afternoon. I am thankful that my meetings this afternoon were canceled so I could join you in your very important activity. I was supposed to have a commission and bank meeting this afternoon, but we were able to finish it last night, so it freed me for this afternoon. I was asked to speak before young people, and I will not speak very long. I just have a few things that I would like to share with you. First of all, I know all of you are in the midst of surviving the COVID-19 pandemic. I know that many of you are very concerned about your safety, the safety of your families. Some of your families have been affected economically. Some have lost their jobs, etc. And these are times where we as a people must unite together under the Bayanihan spirit to help each other, to be considerate with each other, and to make sure that we all work together for a common goal. The common goal, of course, as far as the Commission is concerned, is that we should continue learning even amidst the pandemic. When the pandemic hit us in March, the first challenge really for the Commission is how do you close the semester for universities that are using the old calendar, who are supposed to close it in March, and how do you continue learning for those that are using the new academic calendar and close it around May or June. So the policy that we adopted in the Commission is to make sure that at the highest levels of government, at the IATF, of which I am a member, that we must make sure that all higher education issues are taken up at the highest level, so that discussions on higher education are discussed together with how this affects all the other concerns of the other line departments. But at the local level, the Commission adopted a policy of flexible learning, which means we allow our universities and colleges, we give them significant latitude to be flexible in their delivery system, because we know that they are in the best position to know what is happening on the ground. You know, the pandemic hit different parts of the country differently. And therefore, a one-size-fits-all policy really does not work in the Philippines, because it does not take into consideration the peculiarities and the specific conditions on the ground. That's why our policy has been to capacitate our universities to make decisions in a flexible manner, not constrained by requirements of CHED previously that are very strict, but give them flexibility so that they can adjust the learning system, adopt the appropriate learning methods, whether to go full online, combine online and offline or go full offline, so that they do this in consultation with local governments, in compliance with health protocols, and under the guidelines of the Commission. I think what our students should know is that in all this, we take the interest of the students as the most important consideration when we do flexible learning. So flexible learning means not only being flexible in the delivery system, but also being flexible in the mind. I know that some students have difficulty, some faculty members have difficulty, and therefore during these difficult times, we must all adjust accordingly. Kung nahihirapan ng mga estudyante at faculty, mag-adjust ang eskwelahan. In some universities, they have declared a 1-week wellness break. Some have adjusted their asynchronous and synchronous classes so the students can relax a little bit, do other things on their own. We leave that to the universities. What I want to assure our young leaders that we take the interest of students primarily when we decide on what to do in the educational system. And you can depend on us to adjust appropriately for the interest of the students. So we are now practically about to end or have ended the first semester. We will do better and improve in the second semester. And in the subsequent years, the Commission is adopting a policy to continue with the flexible learning systems. Ibig sabihin, kahit na may bakuna na at kahit papayagan na unti-unti ang mga estudyanteng bumalik sa kanilang eskwelahan, hindi na tayo babalik doon sa old traditional face-to-face classroom. Hindi na yun lang ang platform ng pag-aaral. I-mix-mix na natin yan, depende sa kakayanan ng eskwelahan, kalagayan ng mga estudyante at faculty. So pwedeng ipagpatuloy na kombinasyon ng meron kang certain weeks na nasa classroom, certain weeks nasa online, asynchronous ang assignments. We will now start moving forward, continuing with the policy of flexible learning. Para hindi naman masayang yung ating nilaan na panahon, pera, at oras na ginawa ng mga estudyante at mga faculty. Kasi unti-unti, nakakapag-adjust na tayo sa flexible learning. No? So tuloy-tuloy pa rin ang paggabay ng komisyon sa mga pamantasan, sa mga estudyante. At kung meron man kayong mga problema, huwag kayong mahiyang kausapin ang inyong mga guro, ang inyong mga eskwelahan. O kung talagang malakas ang sentimiento ninyo, pwede naman kayo magpadala ng messenger post sa akin. Sinasagot ko at binabasa ko sa messenger at Facebook para malaman ko kung ano ang inyong kalagayan. No? Yun yung unang mensahe ko. Yung ikalawang mensahe ay tungkol sa pagiging student leader. Alam mo, dumaan tayo lahat dyan. Ako man ay dumaan bilang student leader. Ako ay naging student council president ng Quezon City Science High School nung ako ay nasa high school at sa pamantasan ng Pilipinas, ganun din. Ang mensahe ko lang sa ating young leaders, alam nyo, laging sinasabi kahit nung bata pa ako, that the children are the hope of the future. Di ba? Laging ganyan ang sinasabi sa inyo na kayo ang pag-asa ng bayan. Para bagang sinasabi sa ating mga kabataan na ang panahon mo ay sa kinabukasan. Ang panahon mo ay kung tumanda ka na, saka ka maging kapaki-pakinabang sa iyong bayan. Hindi po totoo yan. Yun ang mensahe ko ngayong hapon ito. It is not true that young people are the hope of the future. Pag tinignan po natin ang kasaysayan, Young people, your time is not in the future, your time is now. Again, your time is not in the future, your time is now. Hindi nyo kailangang hintayin na kayo'y tumanda-tanda pa ng konti o tumanda para tumulong sa ating bayan. Kailangan ngayon pa lang bilang kabataan, you already participate and you already shape the country. Because if you study history, all the major social movements in different countries all over the world, lahat ng mga pagbabago na talagang napalitan ang kasaysayan ng isang bayan, ang gumawa po niyan ay mga kabataan. Hindi po yung matatanda, yung mga kabataan. Halimbawa, kung tatanungin ko dito, kayo ba'y makakapag-chat ba kayo? Can you send a chat message? Magtatanong ako, yung unang makakasagot ng tama sa chat, bibigyan ni Director Rodi ng hamburger. Sige. Una kong tanong, alam niyo ba kung ilang taon si Jose Rizal nung sinulat niya yung No Limit Tangere? Sige, bibigyan ko kayo ng 20 seconds na sumagot. Unang makakasagot sa chat box. Lahat ba sila, Director Rodi, makakasagot sa chat?
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Sige, 20 seconds. Yung makakasagot sa chat, bibigyan ni Regional Director Rodi ng libreng hamburger. Okay, 20 seconds. Ilang taon si Rizal nung sinulat niya yung No Limit Tangere? Tingnan nga natin kung masagot na ating mga kabataan. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, tingnan natin yung sagot.
May 35, Mr. Chair. From Louis Dalmasio, PCC, 35 years old.
Mali lahat. Nako.
33.
Mali.
May 33.
Mali. Yung
19.
35, yan yung taon na pinatay siya sa Bagong Bayan. 35 years old siya nung siya pinatay. Sinulat niya ang No Limit Tangere. I think you all know No Limit Tangere, no? Dahil pinag-aaralan natin niya sa high school. Sinulat niya ang No Limit Tangere nung siya ay 26 years old lang. Ibig sabihin, sinimulan niyang itong isulat bago siya maging 26. 26 nung nilabas yung No Limit Tangere. So he was very young when he wrote it. Kabataan pa ang definition ni Rizal nung sinulat niya yung No Limit Tangere. Ito, walang nananalo ng hamburger. Pangalawang tanong, ilang taon si Bonifacio nung tinatag niya ang Katipunan? Sige. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ano mga sagot, Rodi?
16, 24, 25, 23.
Ako, nakakaligtas si Rodi sa hamburger. Si Bonifacio, nung tinatag niya ang Katipunan, he was only 29 years old. Defined pa rin. Ayun, may tumama. Umabot ba sa time limit yan? Si L.B. Aguilar. May utang si Director Rodi sa yung hamburger, ha? Okay, 29 years old lamang si Bonifacio nung tinatag niya ang Katipunan. Ito, nung nanalo si Juan Luna dun sa painting exposition sa Espanya at pinaint niya yung world famous Espolarium. Ilang taon siya? Okay, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. Oy, may tumama na si Honey Joy. Mabilis siguro mag-Google search itong mga ito, kaya nakasagot ka agad. Nung sinulat ni Juan Luna, ay nung pinaint ni Juan Luna yung kanyang famous Espolario, siya ay 27 years old lang. Oh. At alam nyo naman na si Gregorio del Pilar, nung naging general siya sa Philippine Army, he was only 21 years old. So, sa dalawang tumama, may utang ka sa kanila, Rodi. So, ano ang mensahe niyan? Ang mga individual na nabago nila ang kasaysayan ng kanilang mga bayan ay lahat kabataan. Hindi sila naghintay na sila'y tumanda para mabago ang kasaysayan ng kanilang bayan. So yun ang unang mensahe ko. For our young leaders, you are not the hope of the future. You are the hope of the country now. And you must immediately contribute to your country. Do not postpone your contribution to the country by saying, I am too young. I cannot contribute. And I will wait to grow older before I contribute. So that is my second message for you this afternoon. The question, therefore, to our young people is, if I have made my mind that I will contribute to my country, what must I have as a person to be able to contribute? Okay? And dito, papasok dyan yung unang-unang letter C. No? Okay? The first element that will allow you to make a change and contribute to your country, the first is competence. Competence. You cannot contribute if you are not competent. Because if you are not competent, your contribution will not be the deciding factor to change history. What do we mean by competent? First, kailangan seryosohin mo yung iyong pag-aaral. You develop yourself to the maximum capability to develop your intelligence, develop your expertise, etc. A leader or a person cannot be a leader if he is not competent. Because other people or your followers will not trust you if they see that you are not competent. So there is no substitute for competence. So you must make the most out of yourself. You must develop yourself as a person. That is why in your context now, you are swerte kayo. Kasi nung panahon namin ni Director Rodi at yung mga ibang nandito, pinoproblema namin kung paano kami mag-aaral. I myself am a product of the public school system. Ako'y pumasok sa Kamuning Elementary School, ako'y nakapasa sa Quezon City Science, hanggang sa UP. Ang pinoproblema mo noon, paano mo babayaran ang iyong pang-tuition? I came from a big family. We were 9 siblings. And all of us went to public school. In fact, at the university level, isang exam lang ang kinuha ko, upkat lang. Dahil sabi ng magulang ko noon, pag hindi ka makapasa sa UP, hindi ka na mag-aaral. Dahil wala kaming perang pampaaral sa private school. And so you are fortunate, this generation now is fortunate. Because in 2017, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte made history by signing Republic Act 10931. So all students who are now studying in public universities don't have to pay tuition and miscellaneous fees anymore. Tinanggal yung pinakamalaking balakid sa pag-aaral ng isang estudyante. Hindi naman bagong issue ito, kahit na noon pa. Sa mga pag-aaral, pinapakita na ang number one na dahilan kung bakit tumitigil ang mga batang mag-aral ay dahil sa kakulangan ng pera. And the number one reason, therefore, has already been taken out by the signing of this law. Maliban sa libreng tuition at miscellaneous, yung mga mahihirap na estudyante ay binibigyan ng dagdag na ayuda. Ang tawag dito ay tertiary education subsidy, 40,000 pag ikaw ay nag-aaral sa public university. At hindi lang public university, 60,000 pag nag-aaral ka sa private university. Yung mga nag-aaral sa mga lugar na walang private, na walang public university, ay nakakakuha din ng TES. 60,000 dun sa no-sook, no-look area. In short, today, the government is funding about 1.8 million young people in some form or another so that they can continue their studies. So my third message is, there is no reason why you cannot finish your studies. There is no reason. Because the biggest obstacle to your getting an education has already been solved by government. Wala kayong karapatan na hindi makatapos. And there is no reason why you cannot be competent individuals in your own fields. Whether you go to engineering, social sciences, whatever field, we have created an environment where every young Filipino is given the chance to better himself through higher education. So, I think that must be reiterated to everyone. Competence. That is the reason why in the previous lectures that you've had, you were being briefed about recruitment being done by some groups in the university, recruitment being done for you to join the groups that are out to destroy the government. Ang mensahe ko lang, ano pa ba ang hihingin nyo sa pamahalaan sa ngayon? Maybe in previous administrations, maybe the students really, had a right to get angry at government. Dahil hirap silang mag-aral. Hindi sila makapag-aral, kulang ang kanilang pera. That has been the number one gripe against government historically. Yung issue ng tuition fee, hindi makapag-aral. I cannot see a reason why young Filipinos now will still criticize and object to the administration that has made free higher education possible. So please, ang request ko, you maximize the opportunity given to you because these were not given to the students that came before you. You have been given an opportunity to complete your education. And you can only be good leaders if you become a very good student and develop yourself and become competent. Okay. Pag competent ka na, ano pang kailangan mo para maging effective na leader? The other letter C that is most important is character. Character. When you grow older, I will tell you, and we all pass through that, your character will be tested once you exit the university and you go to what is called the real world. Your character will be tested, you will be tempted, you will experience ethical dilemmas on whether you do good or bad. And that is the test that you must all pass as student leaders. Character. Your character must remain intact. You must not engage in corruption. You must not take advantage of other people. You must respect all individuals in terms of their religion, in terms of their economic status, in terms of their family background, in terms of their ethnicity. These are the same elements that made our previous heroes shine. For example, do you know that Rizal was a linguist? He could speak several languages. He became an ophthalmologist. Okay? Juan Luna became a painter. They all finished their education in the Philippines and they studied in Spain. In fact, I don't know if you know it. Oh, napanood nyo yung General Luna, di ba? Lahat kayo? Oh, alam nyo ba na si General Luna ay nag-aral, nag-PhD si General Luna sa Espanya. He studied all the way until the PhD. Oh, ang pinag-aralan niya, chemistry. Okay? They became brilliant leaders because they were competent and they had character. Against all odds, against temptations, they kept true to what they believed, the liberation of their country, and they stuck to it, some of them until they were executed. So, you can be young but be successful, but you must maximize the development of your potentials and you must have character. Those are things that are non-negotiable. Because if you don't have this, you will be a poor leader, or worse, when you graduate and you enter the real world, you may end up exactly the opposite of what you want yourself to be now. So many people have become corrupt, have become discriminatory, have taken advantage of other people. Meaning, you can be competent, you can be well-learned, but if you use your education for the wrong reasons, you use your education to take advantage of other people, you use your education to exploit other people, then you cannot change things in this world. You cannot be a good leader. So, dumaan tayo dyan. As I said, we passed through that in high school and university. And I am sure many of you already have these characteristics. It is just a matter of fine-tuning your competence, strengthening your character, and change things now. My final message is, if you have character, if you have competence, and you have been given by the government a chance to get educated, my last message is, please give back. Please give back to your family. Please give back to your community. Please give back to your country. Siguro hindi naman masyadong mahirap magsauli ng konti dahil sa tulong na binigay sa iyo ng iyong bayan. Your education is being funded from the taxes paid by every Filipino. And therefore, it is your responsibility to pay it back or to pay it forward. So yun yung aking huling mensahe. A good leader has the capability to make a difference now. But for you to be a good leader, you must maximize your talents, your competencies. You must have character. And the best exercise of leadership is to give back to your family, to your community, and to your country. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for your engaging and inspiring message to our student leaders. Indeed, you are a leader of competence and character by example. Thank you so much for your time. So this time, we would like to hear from our moderator as to some of the questions raised by our participants. And we have, as of now, we have more or less 3,000 to 4,000 audience, both in FB and in our YouTube, Mr. Chair. May I now turn over to our moderator.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson Popoy, for that inspirational and motivating talk. It is an assurance that your words will always be taken as enlightenment for our students, the youth of today, leaders of tomorrow.
I am very sure that many of you would like to raise questions or any clarifications from the topics discussed. That is why at this juncture, I am calling in again Engineer Joseph Lu Santa Teresa to do the facilitation on the open forum. Should you have any questions, you may raise it now.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Once again, I'd like to thank our chairperson, Dr. Popoy, for being with us this afternoon. It is quite rare that we have our chairperson with us, and also with the youth right now, I think they have a lot of questions to raise. So may we ask anyone from our audience if they have a question, or any student leaders, or from the deans, or from higher education institution. If you have any question, you may unmute yourselves and you can ask directly our chairperson. And if you're quite shy, you can always type your questions on our chat box, and we could always read it out for you. So are there any questions? Parang mas na-enjoy pa nila yung guessing game ni Dr. Popoy kanina, yung pag-guess nila, no? They were very participative. Pero right now, I think you really have the opportunity to ask
May
our
utang ang regional director do sa dalawang nanalo, yung tumama ang hula.
Pero Mr. Chair, ipapadala na kami ng gift check sa kanila. No?
Halimbawa yung sabi ko kanina, hindi nyo alam na si Antonio Luna ay may PhD in chemistry. Si Antonio Luna. We know him as General Luna. Ang akala natin, ang galing lang niya ay sa digmaan. He finished a PhD in chemistry from the Universidad, I think, Central in Madrid. Kaya nga, paano siya kaya siya naging magaling na military strategist strategist dahil nung nag-aaral siya, pinag-aaralan din niya yan habang pinag-aaralan niya yung kanyang PhD. He was studying military tactics in Spain at that time. So para maging magaling na leader ka, kailangan ang pag-aaral mo ay tuloy-tuloy. Kaya hindi ako masyadong kumpiyansa doon sa mga kabataan na agad-agad namumundok, halimbawa. Kasi kulang ang kanilang preparasyon, kulang ang kanilang paghahasa ng kanilang galing. And every time we see a young person die because they became a member of the New People's Army, nakakapanghinayang. Ako'y nangihinayang kasi they have not maximized their potentials yet, and then they died very early.
We are also very fortunate today, no, because we have Nika actually with us. So they were actually spearheading yung information dissemination, especially about LCAP. So siguro there's one thing maybe people would like to know, no, regarding our students ngayon, like for example with the pandemic. I believe that most of our students have gone home, have gone to their provinces, and to their own municipalities. And some of these students are now very vulnerable for recruitment for this type of groups, especially kasi nasa probinsya. So with that, Chair Popoy, with Region 9 kasi, what Dr. Roddy has been doing since we have been going around the region is that we always try to talk with our local SUCs, no, to have projects and to get the community involved with their projects. So I guess that is one initiative of the commission, that we try to let their research and community extension programs involve the community, so that this community will not, they won't be led astray by these groups recruiting them for such, no. So I guess that is one good thing. For LCAC, for NICA, it's very nice that they're actually going out, even in institutions, and they are tapping agencies to disseminate this information. For the commission, sir, are there any plans in the future that may be involving students in the community on how we could expand our programs to get these people out of those organizations and involved with education and continue their education?
Yeah, ang challenge sa atin ngayon is really fundamentally how to continue learning and how to adjust to the new normal. I think the challenge is, as we are able to control COVID-19 in the succeeding months, and as we adopt a flexible learning approach in higher education, all these programs have now to be framed in that context. Ibig sabihin, pag nag-flexible learning ka, hindi ka na lang lagi nasa classroom or nasa online, kasama sa challenge ito na i-reconceptualize natin yung community service ng mga estudyante. Actually, doon sa IRR ng RA 10931, naglagay ako ng provision doon ng return service Gusto ko sana na yung ating mga scholar ng bayan ay give back to the community through community service. Kaya lang doon sa budget hearing sa House, ako'y question, pinigilan at tinakot ng Makabayan Bloc that they will block the budget of CHED if we don't suspend the implementation of the return service system. Madami ng mga universities ang gusto, but they blocked us. So hindi ko maintindihan. Sabi ko sa kanila, akala ko ba ang gusto niyo magsilbi sa bayan? Bakit ayaw niyo ng return service? Ang return service pagsisilbihan sa komunidad, pagsisilbi sa iyong lugar. They blocked it. That's why I had to agree, because at that time the budget of CHED was going to be stopped. But that does not stop universities from implementing their own return service agreement. Halimbawa sa UP, lahat ng health courses may return service. Ang medicine halimbawa, pagkatapos mong matapos at maging doktor sa UP, kailangan mag-stay ka sa Pilipinas ng 3 taon para siguruhin na yung sustentong binigay sa'yo sa magaling na eskwelahan, meron kang ibabalik sa iyong komunidad by becoming a doctor for 3 years. Kasi ang napansin sa UP dati, 90% ng graduates ng College of Medicine ng UP nagre-residency abroad. Doon sila nag-i-specialize. Tapos pagkatapos nila yung specialize, ayaw nang bumalik sa Pilipinas. Imagine, sa laki ng pondo na nilalaan ng pamahalaan para mag-produce ng magaling na doktor, yung doktor na yon, ang tutulungan ay mga banyaga in another country. That's why UP put a policy na pag ikaw ay nag-aral sa medisina, nursing, physical therapy, lahat ng mga health-related programs, after you graduate, you stay in the country for 3 years. Magsilbi ka muna sa bayan bago ka umalis to practice your profession somewhere else. Yung West Visayas State University, sa kanilang College of Medicine, meron na din silang return service agreement na pagkatapos mo magsisilbi ka. I think that is something that our universities should do more aggressively. Maybe our regional office in CHEDRO-9 can spearhead this in the region para magsilbi yung mga ating mga kabataan. Lalo na ngayon, libre na ang university. Imagine that, no? When I was in college, I combined scholarships and assistance so that I could have pocket money. Ngayon, wala ka nang babayaran. So dapat siguro ang hiling ko sa ating mga student leaders, magkusa na kayo to give back. You organize activities where you can return services to your community. That is the best return that you can give for the taxpayers' money that is subsidizing your education. Magsauli. Siguro hindi naman masyadong mahirap hilingin na magsauli dahil libre na ang higher education. At hindi rin siguro masamang hilingin na tapusin nyo yung pag-aaral nyo dahil libre na nga. Huwag niyong dati na hindi ka makapagtapos dahil wala kang pera. Ngayon, libre na. Wala nang dahilan para hindi makapagtapos.
Mr. Chair, somebody texted me, ano daw ang programa ng Commission regarding mga children of rebel returnees, in particular sa area ng Basulta, Basilan, Sulu, and Tawi-Tawi?
Yung ang agreement namin, nagpirmahan ho ng Memorandum of Agreement ang BARM, ang CHED at ang Office of the Presidential Advisor on the Peace Process. At kasama sa aming kasunduan na lahat ng anak ng mga nag-decommission na MILF under the BARM, if they are enrolled in a state college or a state university, automatically they will receive financial assistance. Automatic. For both public and private. There is a package of scholarship that we will give to every child of a decommissioned, MILF member. Okay? Ang hinihintay na lang po natin, andyan na po yung pondo, ang hinihintay natin ay yung listahan galing sa BARM. Kasi sila po ang nakakaalam kung sino yung mga dapat na tulungan. But the national government is committed and there are funds available for scholarship program for the children of decommissioned MILF fighters. Ganun din yung rebel returnees. Meron din ho tayong pondo dyan sa OPAP. Idadaan lang ho ito sa CHED at CHED ang magbibigay ng pondo. But this is funded, by the way. Even doon sa tertiary education subsidy, merong special provision yung budget na nakalagay that the UNIFAST board may create additional categories of scholarships for rebel returnees, for indigenous peoples, and other groups instructed by the President. So handa po tayo, pero wala pa ho yung listahan galing sa BARM, kaya hindi pa maibigay yung pondo papunta sa regional offices ng CHED o papunta sa BARM. Yan po ang commitment ng Pangulong Duterte na tutulungan ang anak ng lahat ng babalik loob sa pamahalaan.
Mr. Chair, may follow-up question, Mr. Chair. How about the Abu Sayyaf Sorendis, Mr. Chair, at hindi pa sila na-decommission? Entitled na ba daw sila sa mga pribileyo ng gobyerno?
Oo, dadaan yan sa Kwan, dadaan yan sa DND. Ang nag-vet niyan are our security agencies of government. They have their own funds to do it. Doon sa peace process, may pondo rin ng OPAP. At yung CHED dun sa test, meron din pondo kung kailangan. Pero ang usapan namin ni Secretary Charlie Galvez ng OPAP, OPAP funds will be downloaded to CHED to give financial assistance to the children of rebel returnees who joined the folds of government.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In relation daw to the incoming second semester, Mr. Chair, may nag-text sa akin ngayon lang na sa mga areas wherein low risk or no cases at all, the commission will allow us to go for face-to-face or limited face-to-face interaction.
Ayan po ay pinag-uusapan pa, ini-evaluate natin at i-recommenda natin kay President Duterte para payagan. Ang last week, ako po kasama ni Secretary Galvez ay nag-inspection na ng mga eskwelahan na nagplanong mag-limited face-to-face in the second semester. Hindi po automatic na porket mababa na ang risk ay papayagan natin ang mga pamantasan. Ang in-approve po ng IETF na patakaran ay unang-una, kailangan there is compliance with the health protocols. Number 2, kailangan merong consultation with local governments. At ikatlo, compliance with the guidelines of CHED. We have crafted the guidelines and we have decided that CHED will have to inspect the facilities if they have been retrofitted properly to have limited face-to-face. Kasi po ayaw natin bastang payagan dahil pag may nagkasakit ho, responsibilidad ng eskwelahan at responsibilidad ng CHED na siguruhing ligtas yung pupuntahan ng mga bata. So we visited 2 universities last week. Several universities have indicated to CHED that they are ready to be inspected kasi meron hong disenyo ang retrofitting gamit ang health guidelines at saka gamit yung mga experience in other countries. For example, sa isang building ho, kailangan yung pagpasok ng mga estudyante at yung paglabas ay magkaiba. Hindi pwedeng dadaan sila in the same pathway. Kasi ho, magkakahawaan pag kahit na isang estudyante lang doon ang asymptomatic, marami siyang pwedeng hawaan. Yan yung ibig sabihin ng retrofitting. Merong directional signs, entry, exit, ventilation, kailangan mapag-aralan para yung hangin ay hindi kakalat yung sakit, yung distancing between chairs, yung siguruhin walang smoking area, yung kantin, nandyan ho sa kantin ang pinakamataas na transmission. Kaya kailangan ang pagkain ng mga estudyante ay nakapack lunch. Magbabaon sila o nakapack na, hindi sila pwedeng magpunta sa counter at mamili ng pagkain, etc. Yan ho yung ini-evaluate ng commission sa mga eskwelahan na nag-retrofit. Ibig sabihin, merong areas na manghuhugas ng kamay, may alcohol, merong mga signs sa labas ng room kung ilan lang ang kasya ng estudyante, at merong signs kung ano ang gagawin sa library, etc. Lahat po yan kailangan i-evaluate bago payagan ng isang pamantasan. Yun ho ang sitwasyon ngayon. So, tapos na ho yung initial retrofitting. Ako ho'y magre-recommenda na sa Presidente kung ano ang karapat-dapat na patakaran at kung sino mga eskwelahan ang papayagan.
Mr. Chair, may isang question coming from Southern City Colleges. Tinatanong po dito kung meron ba daw tayong programa relative to address the issue of low connectivity sa mga locality. Ano ba daw ang intervention ng commission relative to this?
Yeah. Yan ho ay problema talaga sa atin. Ang problema ho, hindi ho kasi mandato ng CHED na mag-interconnect. Wala ho kaming powers dyan. Kung meron kaming powers, ipadadala ko na si Regional Director Rodi para siyang mag-connect. So, kaya lang nga, ang may mandato ho niyan ay DICT. Kaya ang ginagawa ng CHED, nakikipagtulungan kami sa DICT para unti-unting ma-improve yung connectivity. gumawa na ho ng evaluation ng connectivity ng mga campuses ng mga state universities at titignan ho kung sino ipa-prioritize sa paglagay ng mas malakas na internet connection. Yun ho ang isa. Kaya lang hindi ho natin masosolve agad-agad yan overnight dahil alam niyo naman sa Pilipinas there are challenges to connectivity. Unang-una, archipelago tayo, madaming mga isla, kaya mahirap maglagay ng tower ang mga telcos sa madaming lugar. Madami hong bundok na kailangan damihan mo ang tower mo para lumakas yung signal. Kaya ngayon ho, yan ay pinagtutulungan ng National Telecommunication Commission, ng DICT, para pukpukin yung mga telco na damihan yung kanilang tower. Sa pagkakaalam ko ho, 22,000 lang ang tower ng mga telco sa Pilipinas. Sa Vietnam ho, 80,000 ang tower nila. Kaya mas malinaw na lalakas ang signal sa kanila kasi kailangan ho mas madaming tower para yung gumagamit ng signal ay mas malapit sa isang tower, mas malakas, habang mas malayo ka sa tower, siyempre mas mahina. Inutusan na ho ng Pangulong Duterte ang mga telcos na kailangan padamihin yung tower at binigyan sila ng deadline na gawin ito. So, dumadami naman po, medyo mabagal lang. Tulad na sabi ko, 22,000 towers in the whole country, 80,000 sa Vietnam. So, mahaba po ho ang hahabulin natin. Yan ho ang katotohanan. No? Ginagawa ng CHED na makikoordinate sa DICT, at yung National Telecom naman, kinakausap yung mga telco para damihan yung kanilang tower.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I think that's the... meron pa tanong, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. In regards to the PES program, what would be the qualification for us to be qualified? I think we already engaged with our stakeholders here. We already discussed this over the radio and television. Siguro they know that. We also have local campaigns at different HEIs right now. So, Mr. Moderator, do we still have other questions?
So far, there are no more questions, and I think we won't take much of our of the time of our chairperson because we know he's very busy and a very busy man. So let me turn you over now back to Sir Shamir.
It is indeed that your messages to the youth are true. Competence, character, give back. These are the words for the day that we have to ponder, for us to be leaders in our own ways. Coming from us, the Regional Office 9 and the participants are very grateful for the time you have shared with us. To show our appreciation, this virtual certificate of appreciation is awarded to you. Let me read the certificate's citation.
Maybe also have time for the photo op with our chair, Mr. Host.
Yes, Dr. Garcia, maybe after the awarding of the virtual certificate. Republic of the Philippines, Office of the President, Commission on Higher Education, Regional Office 9, Zamboanga Peninsula, hereby presents this Certificate of Appreciation to Honorable J. Prospero E. De Vera III, Chairperson of the Commission on Higher Education, for being the resource speaker on the roles of youth leaders during the CHEDRO-9 Virtual Student Summit with the theme, Learn Today, Lead Tomorrow, held on the 11th of December 2020 via Zoom, given this 11th day of December 2020. Signed, Rody P. Garcia, OIC Regional Director.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we request for an opportunity for you to have a virtual photo.
Okay.
We are requesting everyone to please turn on your videos for the photo opportunity with our chairperson. Sir Sid.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, wait lang po. Okay, again. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, last. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay na po.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Gracias, Chair.
Again, thank you for your time.
Sir, thank you so much.
At this time, may we call in back our Deputy Regional Director, Bonifacio R. Pulgo, to continue your talk on the topic Executive Order number 70.
Okay na. Good afternoon again. Before I'm going to continue our presentation this afternoon, pasalamat po kami that no less than our CHED Secretary made mention about the intention of the Makabayan Bloc during budget hearing of the CHED. So this is somehow related to our presentation. So from the words of our Secretary mismo, narinig po natin kung ano yung talagang kulay, tunay ng kulay ng Makabayan Bloc, which is one of the legal fronts of the communist terrorist group. So to continue, again, in behalf of our Director General, Alex Paul Monteagudo, we would like to first thank the Commission on Higher Education led by Secretary Julian Prospero de Vera for allowing us to present to you the NTF's call to action to end the local communist armed conflict. We have presented this briefing to the different sectors of our society, but it has always been our intention, our dream, even to be able to present this to the CHED as the department in charge of promoting and ensuring access to quality higher education. You are indeed one of the most important departments that needs to hear the NTF 70 narrative. Nelson Mandela has once said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. It is through education that the daughter of a peasant can become a doctor, that the son of a mine worker can become the head of the mine, and a child of a farm worker can become the president of a great nation. Ang libu-libong kabataan na inyong natulungan, lalo na po ang mga nanggagaling sa hirap, at ngayon ay may maganda ng buhay, ay tiyak na lubos rin ang pasasalamat sa CHED sa pagkakataon na ibinigay ninyo sa kanila upang makapagtapos ng pag-aaral. The CHED believes that education is the best investment for the future. And rightly so, because in your hands lies the power to help each and every Filipino to change their lives by giving them the opportunity to reach out for the dreams. While the different programs you have launched to ensure that all Filipinos will have access to quality higher education, you made our people see and feel that the government cares for them. You showed them, the youth in particular, that there is hope and that regardless of their status in life, their right to quality higher education is guaranteed. Subalit, ang lahat po ng inyong mga mabubuting layunin at magagandang programa na ilunsad at ilulunsad pa ay nanganganib na masayang dahil sa isang grupo na patuloy na nagbabanta sa ating seguridad at ginamit ang sektor ng edukasyon, lalo na ang ating mga kabataan, upang isulong ang kanilang masamang layunin na pabagsakin ang ating gobyerno. Ang grupong ito ay ang Communist Party of the Philippines, the National Democratic Front, and the New People's Army. As you have seen in the previous presentation, the CPP-NPA has already infiltrated the government and the various sectors of our society through the lies they have fomented for 52 years. Allow us today to tell you the truth by presenting this briefing entitled, Why Has the CPP-NPA survived for 52 years? Today, we will veer away from the traditional presentation and instead start with these questions. 52 years after it was established in 1968, why has the CPP-NDF-NPA managed to survive? Why has it remained to be the longest and still the most serious threat confronting our nation? Over the last 52 years, the government has sought to solve communist insurgency. Every administration has its own strategy to confront this problem. But from the search and destroy strategy in the 70s to the 80s, to the Lambat Bitag in the 90s, and the National Internal Security Plan, or NISP, in 2001. Did we succeed? Obviously not. While there had been times in the history of communist insurgency that we were able to bring down its strength, the NPA was never totally defeated. Why? Why did we fail to finish them off? To answer this, allow me to show you these documents. Piling mga saraysay hinggil sa filosofiya mula sa Peking Review 1 of the CPP's Central Publishing House. Lawyering for the oppressed and exploited poor by the NUPL. Glossary of Human Rights Violation by the Karapatan, hinggil sa imperialismo ni Jose Maria Zizon, o Plan Bayanihan for Beginners by the Karapatan, NDF Declaration and Program of Action for the Rights, Protection, and Welfare of Children, Karil in English and Bisaya by the NDF, Primer, hinggil sa karil ng NDF, Addressing the Economic, Social, and Cultural Root Causes of Torture and Other Forms of Violence in the Philippines by the Karapatan, NDF Adherence to International Humanitarian Law on the Prisoners of War by the NDF, the GRP-NDF Peace Negotiations, Major Written Agreements and Outstanding Issues by the NDF, 2013 Karapatan Year-End Report on the Human Rights Situation in the Philippines, a look into the complaints submitted to the Joint Monitoring Committee by the NDF, Fact-Finding Mission Report by the Kawagib, 2010 Year-End Report on the Human Rights Situations in the Philippines, the lies of GRP officials on extrajudicial killings by the NDF, Breaking Point defining contradictions between indigenous customary law and state law, and reasserting lumad self-identity by the Kalumaran. Araling aktivista of the CPP's Pambansang Demokratikong Paaralan and tatlong ISKOM, or special na kursong masa composed of several courses for the farmers, the women, the youth, and other sectors of our society. Do we have something, even one, that approximates this? Any writing with the intention of educating our own people towards a particular frame of mind? We raise this because if there is an area where we are losing the war against the CPP, NDF, NPA, it is in the arena of propaganda. The CPP, NPA, NDF has long defeated us with their propaganda, and that is because from the very beginning, we did not have an information campaign to inform our people of the programs that our government has launched for their welfare. They were able to tell their lies while we failed to say our truth. Allow me to illustrate the importance of information campaign in the simplest way. If the government builds a road in a far-flung area where the indigenous peoples or IPs reside, they will not appreciate the road or even thank the government because the NPAs will tell them, anong pakinabang niyo dyan, wala namang kayong kotse. Ginawa lang yan ng gobyerno para sa mga negosyante na pagsasamantalaan kayo. Therefore, the government resources used in constructing the road are just wasted, and the intention of winning the hearts of the people is not achieved. Why? Because there was no information campaign on the part of the government to explain why the road was being built, more so to inform the IPs that the road was built for them. Let me cite another example. After the onslaught of Typhoon Umpong in September of 2018, the government responded by conducting relief operation for the victims. The CPP, NDF, NPA front organizations did the same. The difference, however, lies in this. The government brought along trucks full of goods, rice, clothes, water, everything, but without information campaign. The DSWD simply made the victims line up and then gave them the goods. On the other hand, the CTG distributed only 2 kilos of rice, but with the statement, mga kababayan, ito, 2 kilo ng bigas. Pasensya na kayo kasi ito lang ang nakayanan namin. Wala kasi ang gobyerno para tulungan kayo. Pero kami, nandito. Sino po sa palagay natin ang pasasalamatan ng mga biktima ng bagyo? This is how important information campaign is. Every activity of the government must have a statement, a story to emphasize that the government is there for them, that the government is working for them. Tapang at malasakit. That is the president's campaign slogan. And he was voted by 16 million people because that is what the people wants to see and feel na may malasakit ang gobyerno. Sadly, many of our civil servants either fail to convey this to the people or have become too comfortable to care. Ang kanilang tapang ginagamit sa maling paraan. Ang kanilang malasakit para lamang sa ilan. In the movie General Luna, the great general, in his utter frustration over the lack of patriotism of some of the members of President Aguinaldo's cabinet, authored the most disheartening statement that describes the status of our bureaucracy. Our greatest enemy is not the Americans, but ourselves. Therefore, unless we accept the fact that we are all part of the problem, we will never move forward. Unless we make a stand and together decisively and finally address the issue of communism and its infiltration of the various sectors of our society, we will just pathetically continue to watch the CPP, NPA, communist terrorists eat away our young, destroy our families, and rob our children of the bright future that they deserve. Ikinagagalak po namin sabihin na ang CHED kailanman ay hindi tumalikod sa kanilang tungkulin upang maglingkod. Ang mga programang inyong inilunsad katulad ng scholarships, grants, at financial assistance ang nagbigay ng pag-asa sa ating mga kababayan upang matupad ang kanilang pangarap na makapag-aral at makapagtapos sa kolehiyo. At kailan lamang po upang ipakita sa ating mga kapatid na Muslim na Bangsa Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao or BARM ang inyong malasakit. Kayo ay naglunsad ng proyekto upang siguruhin na sila ay mabibigyan rin ng pagkakataon upang makapag-aral at makapagtapos ng kolehiyo. And we would like to congratulate Secretary De Vera who saw the need to assist the BARM even before the Bangsamoro Transition Authority was constituted in line with your mandate and the President's call that all young Filipinos must have access to quality education. Congratulations, sir. A true reflection of tapang at malasakit. That is the Commission on Higher Education. Hindi matatawaran ang inyong mga nagawa na, but you need to freeze on because while you have secured gains for the education sector, much work needs to be done as various issues affecting higher education continue to hound the government's effort in this sector. Citing data published by the CHED, the CPP, NPA, through their front organizations such as the Avon Foundation, have managed to exploit issues such as tuition fee increase, rising cost of education, budget cuts, and corruption as reasons for the alleged rise in dropout rate and failure of the government to provide quality education to Filipinos. Through these lies, they have successfully laid out the foundation to make our people believe that education is a privilege reserved only for those who can afford it. The CPP, NPA have fomented lies for 52 years. Its history marked with blood and stories of people, many of whom are our best and our brightest students who died fighting for a lost cause. Their lives sacrificed in the altar of their failed ideology. Allow us to tell you some of these stories. Josephine Ann Lapera, 22 years old, a doctor aspirant of the UP, who joined the NPA, believing that taking arms instead of being a doctor is the way to help the people. Josephine was killed during an encounter with military forces in Nasugbu, Batangas on 28 November 2017. Miles Alvacin, 21 years old, hugging the limelight with her mugshot when she was arrested on March 3, 2018 in Negros Oriental. Miles is a mass communication graduate of UP Cebu. Giancarlo Alberto, a veterinary medicine student of the UP Los Baños, killed on 14 February 2019 during an encounter in Luciana, Laguna. Cindy Tirado, 28 years old, a graduate of Hotel and Management at the Assumption College of Davao, killed on 15 April 2019 during an encounter with the military forces in Tagum City, Davao del Norte. Instead of pursuing a lucrative career, Jel was deceived to become a member of the NPA and was the secretary of a guerrilla front of the Southern Mindanao Regional Committee when she was killed. Women like Maria Lorena Barros, Tanya Domingo, and Rica Monte, all from the University of the Philippines, who are now remembered in history, not for their contribution to the society, but as NPA members who were killed because they chose the life of a rebel for a lost cause. Aljon Tamuyang Cardenas, a criminology student of the University of Eastern Philippines who went on immersion with the NPA. He was left behind by his supposed comrades during the failed attack of the Victoria Municipal Police Station in Northern Samar on 28 March 2019. Frankie Joe Soriano and his wife, Christine Poche, who were killed on 4 July 2013 during an encounter with military elements in Bicol. Frankie Joe, a political science graduate from the Ateneo de Naga University, was the spokesperson of the NDF in Bicol, while his party wife was a journalism graduate of UP Diliman. They left two children, they're aged 9 and 13, now going through life without their parents. The many other victims of CPP NDF NPA atrocities, such as Juanida Ali, whose 4-month-old baby, nourished from her womb, firstly protected, died when the NPA ambushed PNP elements in Bukidnon on 10 November 2017. Jenna Montayuna, 23, wife of a CAPGO member, Mario Montayuna, killed when NPA elements trashed their house in Talaingod, Davao del Norte on 15, 2018. As a CAPGO member, Mario knew that he would one day see death in the eye, but never imagined it would be in the eyes of his young wife. Lerma Bulaklak, alias Kaliway, who believed that the NPA will give them a land of their own. She said later that yes, the NPA gave them land, but only to use it as a burial ground of her father, who was killed by her so-called comrades. Children like Amando Rimonde, 10 years old, killed when NPA elements detonated a landmine in San Miguel Las Navas, Northern Samar, on 17 April 2017. And who will forget the infamous Digos massacre, when on June 25, 1989, in a small village in Digos, Davao del Sur, 40 churchgoers, many were children, were massacred by the NPA while attending a Sunday Mass. Two of the victims, Rubin Ayap, a pastor, and his brother, were beheaded. They were killed for refusing to submit to the CPP-NPA's rule. These are just some of the victims of communist terrorist cruelty and barbaric acts. Their faces and their blood forever, each in our history as a nation. Their loved ones crying for justice. For how long should our country endure the scourge of this failed communist ideology that has long been renounced by the countries that tried and suffered its consequences? That the casualties of war in Vietnam and Cambodia have experienced how it is to live under the rule of this godless communist ideology. 3.9 million people were killed during the Vietnam War, when North Vietnam succeeded in overthrowing South Vietnam and unified the whole country under a single communist region modeled after those of the Soviet Union and China. 2.4 million were murdered by the criminal law of Pol Pot, Cambodian communist revolutionary who followed the Marxist, Leninist, Mao Zedong thought. How many innocent lives would still be wasted and sacrificed by the CPP and PNDF, whose definition of nationalism is to kill those who do not share their distorted belief? But how was the CPP and PNDF able to deceive our people? The best indoctrinator in the country is the CPP, NDF, NPA. With 52 years of experience, which have been effective. In fact, they have managed to infiltrate the government with 300,000 courage members and another 376,000 ACT members. How does the CPP, NPA, NDF do this? The CPP uses the technique arouse, organize, and mobilize, or AOM, based on dialectical materialism. Let me illustrate how this is done. The most basic course they design is the General Mass Course. It starts with a statement, mayaman ang Pilipinas pero naghihirap ang sambayanang Pilipino. Why? The communist terrorists claim it is because of bureaucratic capitalism, feudalism, and US imperialism. The communist terrorists define bureaucratic capitalism or BUCAP as the capitalist is also the bureaucrat. Citing the BUCAPs, they state that the bureaucracy will never pass a law that will favor the poor, but only themselves. As such, when the bureaucrat owns the land, he will never have it given away to the farmers, and they can call upon the fascist AAP and the PNP to secure his land. Hence, who will protect the farmer? The NPAs offer themselves as protectors and champions of the cause of the masses. This justifies the CPP, NDF, NPA terrorist call for armed uprising because the BUCAPs, the US imperialists, and the landlords will never give up their will. By this time, the GMC is done. The listeners, including you perhaps, are now convinced that the only solution is armed uprising. Based on AOM, the GMC agitates, then once agitated, the people can be organized, then mobilized. This is the technique that the communist terrorists use to brainwash the people into believing that the government does not care about their plight. This is the same technique that the CTG uses to arouse, organize, and agitate the various sectors of our society. But is it really the three isms that is the cause of poverty? Is this true? To answer this, let me again cite a story. The story is entitled The Baboy Story. There are two characters to this story, si Pedro at si Juan. Si Pedro at si Juan bumili ng biik, pareho nilang inalagaan, pinakain, pinataba at pinalaki. Malapit na kasi ang piyesta sa lugar nila. Noong magpiyesta, kinatay ni Pedro at ni Juan yung mga baboy nila. Itong si Pedro pumunta sa bayan, nangutan ng pangsahog at alak. Kasi piyesta, so nagsaya si Pedro. Nag-inuman sila ng barkada niya. Pulutan nila yung baboy na pinlaki niya. Ito naman si Juan, iba. Nagpunta sa bundok, kumuha ng kawayan, nilitsyon yung baboy. Dahil fiesta, binintan niya sa mga kapitbahay nila yung litsyon. Yung mga lamang loob, ginawa niyang dinuguan, etc. etc. Kinabukasan, ano ang nangyari? Si Pedro, lasing, baon pa sa utang. Si Juan, madaming pera. Mula sa pinagbintahan niya ng baboy, part noong pera, pinili niya ng 2 biik na papalakihin niya para iluto at ibenta ulit. So, bakit mahirap si Pedro? Dahil ba ito sa BUCAP? Sa feudalismo? Sa imperialismo? Hindi. Mahirap si Pedro dahil kay Pedro mismo. Ang sagot ng kahirapan ng sambayanang Pilipino ay tayo mismo. For a long time, we believe that communist insurgency is a military problem. The government has around 302,000 capable and superior army, police and auxiliary forces compared to the NPA's 3,790 regulars or a ratio of 103:1. But despite that overwhelming number, communist insurgency is still far from over. Why? The CPP-NPA-NDF was never totally defeated because, in the first place, insurgency is not only a military problem. In fighting insurgency, we have two issues to confront: a stubborn communist group and an apathetic bureaucracy. This chart shows the comparison between the government of the Philippines and the CPP-NDF-NPA. They have a clear ideology. The Red Fighters are trained to be propagandists, community organizers, social workers, and teachers. Our soldiers are only trained as tactical operators. The local government units and the government bureaucracy have the resources, but do not have the commitment to use these resources to support security. The CTG has limited resources, but fully supports the CPP-NPA. They are masters of agitation, organizing and mobilization, indoctrination, and propaganda. We practically do not have information campaign programs. Meantime, every time that a civil servant is involved in graft and corruption or has failed to attend to the concerns of our people, we fail the people. These failures are the fuel that keeps the frustration of the people burning and keeps the NPA's coal for revolutionary or revolution alive. Some may say, apathy does not apply to me because I have sacrificed and did my job well. But if all of us delivered well, why is the LFS, the Anak Bayan, the CEGP, the NUSP, or the ACT relevant? Why do our students and our youths go to these groups when they feel that change has to be made? Why do our teachers and members of the education sector go to these groups when they feel that their interests are not being advanced by government agencies that are supposed to look after the welfare? What made our people believe that these groups know their plight and is doing everything to lift them up from poverty? Our apathy has created a vacuum that gave the CPP-NPA-NDF communist terrorists the opportunity to exploit our people through their deceptions. Where there is an absence of government service, the CTG provides and are therefore able to project itself as the people's army. But what is apathy? In simplest term, we define apathy as walang pakialam. How do we define apathy in the context of civil service? Let me illustrate through another story. May isang aplikante na nag-a-apply ng trabaho and he was asked, bakit gusto mo magtrabaho sa gobyerno? And he says, kailangan ko po kasi ng trabaho dahil may sakit ang tatay ko at nag-aaral pa po ang mga kapatid ko. So his application is processed and he was hired. What's wrong with this story? There is actually nothing wrong with the story except that pumasok si aplikante sa gobyerno simply to have a job, para magkaroon ng trabaho. Kaya pag sinabi mo sa kanya kailangan siya pumunta sa bundok to serve the IPs, sasabihin niya, ayoko po. Mahirap sa bundok. Malalayo ako sa pamilya ko. Trabaho lang naman po ang gusto ko. But being in the government is not just about having a job. Being a public servant requires sacrifice and commitment. It is about serving our people, even when it hurts physically and emotionally. Even if it's not convenient anymore, even when we get nothing in return, and even when we need to lay down our lives. The president hit the very core of this problem when he said, the biggest problem that the Philippines faces, bigger than the drug menace or rising criminality, is the erosion of the people's faith and trust in the government. To repair this tarnished image of the government, the president vowed to bring change, as he called on all civil servants. Change has to start with those occupying the highest positions in the government. Genuine change is what this country needs. This transformation, the president believes, is essential in his campaign to restore peace and order. In his quest for change, the president is willing to put at stake his honor, his life, and his presidency. As a civil servant, President Duterte, when he was still the mayor of Davao City, served like a father. He treats his constituents as his own family. That's why he is called Tatay Digong. And now, as president, he leads by the same principle as a father who cares, protects, and provides for his children, the Filipino people. The President has shown us how to serve and lead like a father with the programs he had launched for the people. To illustrate his father's love, we are going to show you a video taken during the 1992 Olympics in Barcelona, Spain. While the characters in this video are not Filipinos, we ask you not to look at the color of their skin, but of the universal message of a father's love for his son. What's that? Let us be like that father to our people and the communities that we serve. Our students and youths who look up to you as their beacon of hope for a bright future. Our teachers, professors, and members of the academy who believe that the CHED would champion their rights, and the various higher education institutions that expect the CHED to lead them towards your vision for a higher education system that is locally responsive and globally competitive. Let us serve them like a father, because the CHED is the direct representation of the government to our communities, to tell and show them that our government is working for them, na may malatapang tayo at ipagtanggol ang kanilang karapatan, na may malasakit tayo na isulong ang kanilang kapakanan. Even more important, you have employees who look up to you as their leaders, as their fathers would help them finish the race even when it's difficult, give them strength when they are weak, and courage when they are afraid. Let us lead and inspire our employees to serve with a heart and a genuine concern for the welfare of the Filipino people. Let us remind them on the core values that we, as civil servants, should hold dear and keep burning inside our hearts: service, love of country, honesty, and integrity. For the first time in our history, we have a president who is committed to end insurgency, mobilizing the whole government and the whole nation. With the signing of Executive Order 70, our president has put this message across and exhorts everyone in the government: protect the people, serve the people. Let us unite and support the president's call to put a final end to the communist terrorist armed conflict. But let us do it through good governance. Let us lead our government workers in winning the hearts and the minds of the Filipino people. Remember, whoever wins the people wins the war. That is the only way we can defeat the CPP in PA in the end. The president has said our people deserve efficient, effective, and responsive government services. They deserve nothing less. But he did not stop there. In his own words, he asked each and everyone to serve with a heart, as he says. Magtrabaho lang lahat sa gobyerno na talagang trabaho from the heart. The government will function on its own. Wala nang trabaho militar, wala nang kalaban. With that, ladies and gentlemen, allow us to end this presentation with a reminder na civil servants po tayo, and such, we must have that tapang at malasakit as we protect the people, serve the people. God bless us all. Thank you po.
There is no other person who can speak about the EO number 70 other than the Deputy Regional Director of the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency 9, Deputy Director Bonifacio R. Pulgo. We are very grateful that you have graced us with your presence today, Deputy Director Pulgo, to facilitate the open forum after the two sessions in the afternoon. We have Ms. Clarissa Alvarez, an Education Supervisor 2, as the facilitator.
Thank you, Ms. Maya. So good afternoon to our participants, the young leaders, as well as the various Dean of Student Affairs who are likewise joining us today. And thank you to our resource speakers, Mr. Earl Saavedra and Deputy Regional Director Bonifacio Pulgo, for the shared information and insights. So to make our open forum as interactive as possible, I would like to request our participants to use the raise hand icon or unmute yourself to be acknowledged before you ask your question if you would like to ask a question. And please don't forget to say your name and to whom you will address your question. You can also chat away with us through the Zoom chat box. And likewise, we'll be taking questions from our virtual audience via YouTube as well as from our official FB page. So for our first question from Honey Joy F. Quinones from SMC Pagadian, this is from the Zoom platform. Is it really easier for a teenage kid to get addicted with drugs than an adult? Can someone be addicted if he or she do it just once in a while? How quickly can someone become addicted to drugs? Thank you. So this is addressed to Yusek Saavedra, sir.
I was about to say that. Alam ko para sa akin po yung tanong. Now, let me emphasize this. In my talk earlier, sinabi ko na anyone can be a victim. No? Lahat naman vulnerable. In fact, may maling narrative nga tayong naririnig, di ba? Lalong-lalo na po kapag nagpo-process kami sa loob ng treatment and rehab centers with those who once became victims of the drug abuse problem. Madalas ang sinasabi daw ng kanilang mga kamag-anak, magulang, or those around them, bakit kaya naging drug user itong si X-person? Napakabait nito. Or this person is educated, bakit siya gumamit ng droga? And yung iba naman, meron silang sinasabi na napaka-religyoso nitong ganitong tao, but how come na gumibiin siya sa bisyo? It simply says, or this narrative simply puts things into context na anyone can be a victim. Now, I also mentioned earlier na the extent of drug use can be well determined by virtue of scientific tools and medical tools. Like tayo po, meron po tayong ginagamit na tatlong scientific or evidence-based tools to determine the severity of drug use ng tao. What are these? We have the assist form. That is the alcohol smoking intake form. That's one. Second, we have the SRQ, self-reported questionnaire. At pangatlo, we also have the drug dependency exam. So, ginagamit natin itong tatlong tools to determine the degree or level of severity ng drug use ng tao. Now, may mga naririnig tayong instances na isang beses lang silang gumamit, tapos hindi naman sila na-hook at all. Ibig sabihin, low yung degree of severity. Now, when it comes to the intervention to be given to them, pwedeng idaan sa general counseling, psychoeducation, behavioral change, okay pa sa ganon. Pero habang nag-a-advance kasi sa degree of drug use or level of drug dependency yung tao, nagbabago rin yung intervention na kailangang ibigay sa kanila. At ang worst of all, kapag severe na, kailangan i-admit sa treatment and rehab facility at kailangan ng medical services.
Okay, thank you, sir, for your answer. I think there's a question, follow-up question, or a question related to that. This is from Florencio N. Limpong Jr. from Dr. Aurelio Mendoza Memorial Colleges. There are components found in processed illegal drugs that somehow triggers first users of drugs to be addicted. Are these components intentionally mixed in processed drugs, or they are natural components found in, say, marijuana plants?
Okay, so I have to distinguish. Very good yung question po, ano? Una, for example, sa marijuana. Kanina nabanggit ko rin na marijuana is a plant. Meron ngang mga ibang gamot na ginagawa at pinoproduce kung saan plant-based siya. But metformin, for example, ang pinanggagalingan nito halaman. The good components of that particular plant na ang source ay metformin, yun yung pinrocess as gamot. Yung bad components, sineset aside yon. In the case of marijuana or cannabis, not all components of the plant ang pwedeng i-process as gamot. For example, itong hallucinogen, substances that cause hallucination kapag gagamitin, syempre masama yan sa katawan ng tao kasi meron at merong naidudulot yan na disadvantages na nagre-react yung katawan ng tao. So dapat hindi yon isasama. Now, natural yon in the case of marijuana. Now, for processed substances, hindi mo kasi sasabihin na droga yan at magiging potent yan kung wala yung substances na magkikick in yung cloud-9 effect, yung nagpapahay sa'yo. So sinasadya nila na i-mix yung mga chemicals and substances para lang ma-reach yung ganong klaseng potency at magkakaroon ng effect sa katawan ng tao. So for processed chemicals, talagang part yun ng component, part yun ng formula, part yun ng kung sinasabi nga natin na composition of the chemical na nagtitrigger, no, ng ganon. Like for example, yung shabu. Eventually, ang paggamit kasi ng shabu, ang katawan kasi ng tao, medical aspect na po ito, no? Basically, maganda rin pag-usapan, pero itatouch ko na very quickly and in a laymanized manner. Yung sa shabu, kapag gagamit kasi yung tao, sinasabi nila, may tinitrigger yung secretion of a happy hormone called dopamine. Ang tao, natural sa kanyang katawan, even in the absence of using, for example, medicines or drugs na nakaka-produce ng happy hormones, depende sa disposition niya. Ngayon, itong paggamit ng illegal drugs, for example, shabu, na nagtitrigger ng too much secretion of dopamine, ito yung nagli-lead doon sa sinasabi natin na cloud-9 effect or hallucinations. Na sinasabi nila na, di po ba narinig natin yung narrative na, kapag gumamit ka ng droga, makakalimutan mo ang problema mo. In a way, na-justify yan because of the too much secretion of dopamine dito sa loob ng utak ng tao. So, sinasadya na yung, for example, ipoproduce yung shabu or methamphetamine, yan yung tinitrigger ng paggamit. At may chemical na nagtitrigger ng too much secretion of dopamine, that's why naka-cloud9 yung tao or nagkakaroon siya ng hallucination. But siguro sa ibang forum, kaya kong i-dissect yung specifics niyan. But maganda na rin na na-segue ko kasi importante rin na maging bahagi ng sagot sa iyong tanong.
Yes po. comprehensive na nga po, and I really hope that your answers gave light to this particular youth leader who asked the question. I think we still have one drug-related concern or question from Hela May Parami. So, good afternoon from Southern Mindanao Colleges. Why is it hard for others to stop using drugs when it started or once one has started using drugs? What's in it that others can resist the use of these drugs? Although I think meron nang nabanggit si Yusek a while ago, but maybe you can further or add some more to answer the question of Miss Hela.
Sige po, just to reinforce, yun nga po yung pagkakasabi ko, chemical kasi siya. Just like any other medicine, di ba, pag iniinom natin, kung may iniinda tayong sakit, may epekto yun sa katawan. Etong chemical, pag ini-induce yan sa katawan at ginagamit ng tao, magkakaroon ng epekto sa pangangatawan. That's why I mentioned earlier that drug addiction is a chronic relapsing mental health illness. Lalong-lalo na pag severe yung level of drug dependence ng isang tao, kailangan niya talaga ng medical attention para siya ay gumaling. Imagine this, yung mga severe drug users na kapag ipinapasok sila sa inpatient treatment and rehabilitation facility, from 6 months to 10 months up to 12 months kung kinakailangan ng ganung katagal na intervention, hindi lang kasi pagpapagaling sa kanilang addiction ang tinututukan, even detoxification. Why is detoxification needed? Kasi alam nyo, at the verge of his or her addiction, ano-ano yung kanyang iniinom, ini-induce sa katawan, ini-inject. So, ang mga yan kailangan i-flush out sa katawan ng tao para naman magiging holistic yung pagpapagaling at pagtitreat sa kanya. Hanggat na andyan yan sa loob ng katawan ng tao at hindi yan na-detoxify, hindi nawawala sa katawan ng tao, magkakaroon ng epekto yan sa pangangatawan ng tao kung saan affected ang kanyang behavior, process of the immune system, etc. So this becomes another topic, but usually DDB has a very special lecture for this. Nang tawag namin ay medical aspect to understand the drug problem. So siguro I can leave Ma'am Kay yung contact details ko kay Engineer Joseph na pwede niyang ibigay sa mga interested. Our office is providing free online activities in partnership with several entities, taking advantage also of the new normal na naka-digitally connect tayo. Kung sakaling kailangan nyo ng partnership programs on important advocacies and to further understand itong context ng ating drug problem, pwede po kayong mag-request sa amin. And we'd be very happy to do a deep dive dito sa mga important facets of our anti-drug campaign, pati yung sa medical aspect na rin.
Okay, thank you for that, Yusek. Also, I will take this opportunity to seek for permission because there is one comment here in the chat group. Sir, may we ask if there is a link or any possible way to have this lecture? So, will you be sharing your lecture with us?
Okay lang naman po yun. Walang problema. Anyway, for public consumption naman po siya. We'd be very glad to send the presentation to the Secretariat para kayo na lang din po ang tutulong sa amin in circulating the reference material.
Okay, sige po. Salamat. One more before I'll move on to to DRD Pulgo. So from Bernardo. So I don't know if this is related sa topic, pero I want to know lang, since napag-usapan na rin naman ang tungkol sa drugs, tanong lang, what dilemmas have the war on drugs posted for community leaders?
That's a very good question. We just did our analysis of the overall implementation of the Philippine Anti-Illegal Drug Strategy. Siguro hindi dilema, ang nakikita lang namin ay yung challenges, at the same time kung paano masasend yung message across all sectors na indeed this is a balanced approach. Kasi ang messaging na meron tayo ngayon, heavy siya on enforcement, heavy siya on supply reduction. Now, I had a chance to dialogue with a media practitioner at ang sabi ko, bakit hindi nakikerry yung narrative na it's a balanced approach na we are winning pagdating sa drug demand reduction, treatment, rehabilitation, reintegration, advocacy, civic awareness, and other facets ng drug demand reduction base sa in-explain ko sa inyo kanina. Sabi niya, sir, alam mo kung bakit? The PNP, remember, is part of the anti-drug campaign. Tumutulong ang PNP sa PIDEA sa enforcement, sa drug law enforcement. Ngayon, the presence of PNP is evident in the community. Hindi nga lang isang police station sa isang locality, presinto na naka-cluster sa iba-ibang barangay, etc. So just imagine each precinct carrying out its anti-drug law enforcement operation. Itong mga reporters ng media, we go to the different precincts to get reports of police activities. Hindi mawawala na merong ire-report na bypass, dismantling of laboratory, etc. So eventually, yun yung naire-report. Na-overtake and at the same time na-overwhelm na yung narrative ng anti-drug campaign is heavy on the law enforcement. So ito yung nakikita namin ngayon. The challenge is to communicate to the public that the awareness and the success of our anti-drug campaign does not slowly rest on the supply reduction and enforcement pillar. It's a balanced approach, and the public needs to understand that these complementary approaches make up the level of success and high level of support of the public sa ginagawa natin.
So I think from the very comprehensive presentation answers of USEC, we know the fact that everyone, as you made mention, is vulnerable, and anyone can be a victim. So I think it will pay off if we are aware, especially our youth leader, awareness and being educated about this particular a problem or concerns in our society or community. Now for DRD Pulgo, we have a question here from Mark Romero. Regarding the terrorist individuals that infiltrate schools as youth leaders, how do we identify these individuals so that we may be able to warn the students about them?
Hello, good afternoon. Actually, one of their strategies is to befriend. First is to spot, identify potential leaders or student leaders in the campus of the university. They will establish contacts through circles of friends or attend formal meetings, engagement with these personalities. After which they have to establish, friendship. Then they will try to start providing education. Tinatawag po nila ito na guide, no? In English. So once they're using legitimate issues in order to gain sympathy and support from the spotted individual or student leader. So this is a process, actually a series of process. The first step is to establish contact with these student leaders. So they will evaluate, and there will be a series of follow-up engagement and meetings. So once the student or the person that being approached is somehow nadala nila in their approach, they will invite them outside for a discrete meetings and consultations. Thank you po.
Salamat. So far I have one last. Maybe my colleagues would help me out if there are questions that I've missed from Facebook or YouTube. But this question may be answered by any or both, USEC Saavedra or the RD Pulgo. I just want to ask, why is there an issue about no information campaign? And is it still an issue, or is it still an issue up until now? If yes, what are the possible actions to avoid the issue? Because the question is not specific, so probably referring to both issues, or drug-related and the EO70. Yes, sir. DRD? Why is there an issue about no information campaign?
Can I answer the question? Actually, that is now the advocacy of our agency, the NICA, being the chairman of the SACAM, Situational Awareness and Knowledge Management, one of the strategic clusters created under the National Task Force to End the Local Communist Armed Conflict. We need to inform, engage all sectors of society, and this is one of our engagement with you, engagement with the education sector, especially the youth and the students, so that they will be properly informed of the strategy adopted by the CPP and PNDF, especially those that are in the guise of using the so-called activists. No? So we started our information campaign as early as 2018 when EU70 was issued by the president. And for more than 2 years or so, we are effective in our information campaign. But again, we cannot do it alone. We need you on board. We need all sectors of society. We need all government agencies to assist and help us in the information campaign. That is why EU70, the wisdom of EU70 is institutionalizing the whole of government and the whole of the nation approach. Because in the first place, sabi nga natin kanina, insurgency is not only a military problem. For more than 52 years, nandito pa rin sila. Why? Because in the first place, ang insurgency is not a military problem alone. It is a deep-rooted and multidimensional. Therefore, addressing it is not within the core competence of any single government entity. This requires a whole of government and a whole of nation approach. Thank you po.
So I think I would just like to reiterate the words of RD earlier. The continuity, the initiative of the government and this summit, really the objective is to advocate continuity of learning and awareness, because through awareness, continuity of learning, youth leaders will better understand things and the situation around them, so they can also better prepare for whatever comes their way. I think there's one more question. One more question from our Zoom chat. How does the government address violent extremism here in Mindanao?
That's a very good question. In fact, I presented a briefing yesterday with our one of our engagements, one of the clusters. It's initiated or led by the DILG. I presented that yesterday. CBA, that is a PCBA, Preventing and Countering Violent Extremism. Now, talking about violent extremism and even CPP and PNDF, we are basically addressing not only the drivers of violent extremism, but as well as ideology. Nakita po natin kung anong nangyari sa Marawi. No? So we need to address the so-called ideology that they are espousing, masquerading as religious. Okay? So in addressing ideology, we need to inform them that ideology actually is just a state of mind. It's a power of words, a power of narratives. That is why in our information campaign, we should always have narratives. We need to be very purposive in our information campaign. We should always support the narratives of the government. So in addressing ideology, we need to tap all sectors of society. We need to tap the religious leaders to refute the so-called narratives of the extremists. Second, we need to engage the education sector. Third, we need to engage the community. And remember, the word community, the center of the word community is you. And if you remove the word you from the word, if you remove the letter U from the word community, the community will fall apart or falls apart. And remember, the center of the word youth is also you. Therefore, the youth is the connector to the community. Therefore, we need to engage and strengthen our youth in order to avoid the repetition of what we experienced in Zamboanga, in Marawi during the Marawi siege.
Okay, thank you, sir, for your thorough answer. That is the last question that I can see from our chat room. Any other questions, my colleagues from the Commission? Do you see questions from YouTube or from Facebook?
Ma'am
Josh?
Kay?
Yes?
Opo, meron pong nag-direct message sa akin, no? May tanong siya, if I can answer it live, okay lang ba?
Okay po, sure.
Yeah, itong tanong niya, USEC, do we have information as to how much drugs have been seized at a nationwide scale? So, good thing meron po akong nakaprepare dito na notes. So, sasagutin ko po yan. So, take note of this. From July 1, 2016, the day after the Duterte administration took office, up to October 31, 2020. So wala pa yung November and December, we're doing actual inventory. Pero until October 31, 2020, the total value of seized drugs, controlled precursors and essential chemicals, and laboratory equipment reached 56.26 billion pesos. The total value of shabu seized ay 46.42 billion. So, ito yung isa-share ko po na sagot doon sa tanong po ng ating participant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you po.
Okay, we have one more question from our YouTube channel. This is from Ariel Sajulga. I guess this is directed to DRD Pulgo. The question is there any or proper protection if a student or person will cut his or her tie or connection with this NCC, ACT, NPA organization?
Come again, please.
The question, sir, is there any proper protection if a student or person will cut his or her tie or connection with the NCC, ACT, or NPA organization? I guess these are students who are part of the NPA organization and they have cut ties.
So I understand your question is is there a proper protection?
Yes.
Of student of recruits?
Of a student or a person who have cut ties with NPA organizations. Mga tumiwalag sa NPA.
Yes,
sir.
we have actually, that's a very good question because actually the NTF LCAC, the National Task Force to End Local Communist Conflict, one of the clusters is the ICLIP, and the SOCBIM, and they will be properly protected and they could avail of security, livelihood, and they could go back to the mainstream of society. Now, even during the time when the Secretary of CHED told us that there was a question of the benefits that they will enjoy when they return to the folds of the law. Actually, there is an Administrative Order 25. Please, you can download this. You can share this to others. Administrative 25 is purposely intended. This is an amending Administrative 10. Originally, it's Administrative 10. Administrative Order 10. Then it was amended and naging Administrative Order 25. Ang Administrative Order 10 addresses the CPP, NPA, NDF, yung bumaba, yung nag-surrender. Now, we have the problem on violent extremism in Basulta, Basulan, Sulu, Tawi-Tawi. So we need to replicate the concept of NTF LCAC dito sa Basulta. Ang tawag po natin dyan, ILAC, and Local Armed Conflict, replicating the 12 clusters that were created under the NTF LCAC. So under the Administrative Order 25, may mga benefits ang ibibigay sa mga pamilya, hindi lang yung nag-surrender, including the families and the entire community, for that matter, will be provided support by the government. So wala pong problema. In fact, marami na po tayong successes, marami na pong nag-surrender. Nakita po ninyo, no? We are basically gaining grounds in that regard. Ang problema lang po natin dito in addressing the CPP-NPA is the white area, yung propaganda nila. Insofar as the red area or the red fighters are concerned, depleted na po lahat yung strength nila. So this is being addressed by our armed forces of the Philippines and the Philippine National Police. And they are on the right track. Ang atin lang po dito sa mga local government units, the government agencies, we need to help the government in our information campaign. That is why we need to engage all sectors of society, because these are also the organizations that they're spotting for recruitment to repeal the CPP-NPA of their strength. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you po. Engineer Santo Teresa, any more questions?
No more question. I think that's about it. We don't have any more from Facebook or even our YouTube channel.
So to our young leaders who are with us, with all the initiatives of the government, what else, as mentioned by Sir Popoy earlier, what else can we ask for? The advocacy of the Commission right now is to continue learning. So do not to stop learning despite the pandemic, the global health crisis. So since we don't have questions, I guess that ends our open forum for the afternoon session of this virtual student summit. Once again, our gratitude to the resource persons, USEC Earl Saavedra and BND Pulgo, who are so once again, as I've said, our gratitude to them and all the young leaders who are in attendance in this summit today. So back to you, Dr. Sham and Ms. Maya.
Our endless gratitude to our speakers, Undersecretary Earl P. Saavedra and Deputy Regional Director Bonifacio R. Pulgo. As a sign of our gratitude, may I call in Mrs. Maxima P. Alconera, Education Supervisor 2 of the CHEDRO-9, to award the Certificate of Appreciation to our speakers.
Ma'am Mameng, you have to unmute.
Good afternoon, everyone. At this point in time, we will be awarding the speakers of this afternoon Virtual Student Summit with this citation. Republic of the Philippines, Office of the President, Commission on Higher Education, Regional Office 9, Zamboanga Peninsula. Hereby presents the Certificate of Appreciation to Undersecretary Earl P. Saavedra, CC, Executive Director, Secretary of the Board, Dangerous Drug Board, for being the resource speaker on anti-drug during the CHEDRO-9 Virtual Student Summit with the theme Learn Today, Lead Tomorrow, held 11th December 2020 via Zoom, given this day of this December 2020. Signed, Rudy P. Garcia, MDM, EDD, OIC Regional Director. Congratulations, sir. Another speaker, Republic of the Philippines, Office of the President, Commission on Higher Education, Regional Office 9, Zamboanga Peninsula. Hereby presents this Certificate of Appreciation to Bonifacio R. Polgo, Deputy Regional Director, National Intelligence Coordinating Agency 9, for being the resource speaker on Executive Order Number 70, National Task Force to End Local Communist Armed Conflict during the CHEDRO-9 Virtual Student Summit with the theme Learn Today, Lead Tomorrow, held 11th December 2020 via Zoom, given this 11th of December 2020. Signed, Rudy P. Garcia, MDM, EDD, OIC Regional Director. Congratulations.
Thank you po.
To relay the gratitude of the Regional Office 9 to the speakers and participants of the Student Summit, Dr. Abelardo P. Morrock, the OIC Supervising Education Program Specialist, will give the words of gratitude.
Thank you so much, Mamay. A pleasant afternoon, everyone. We come to a close of our recently concluded Student Summit of CHED Regional Office 9. This activity has been one of the significant engagements of CHED Region 9, the cornerstone in its deliveries to our immediate stakeholders. No other than our students, even on their flexible learning mode during this pandemic situation. It is for this reason that the Commission on Higher Education, Region 9, is facilitating this engagement as part of its advocacy in promoting awareness and enlightenment for our students and their roles, rights, and responsibilities while pursuing their academic endeavors in the school. To become competent, while the government has provided the financial support to the current subsidy of the government through CHED, and to include their important contribution in the community while in the pursuit of their studies and after they finish their degrees, as inspired by no less than our Honorable Chair De Vera, so to speak. As we took note further that in the message of Chair De Vera, that in order to become good leader, the student must be a good student with a firm and untainted character. If we have a character and competence, we should give back to our family, community, and our country. And likewise, the crucial role of the higher education institutions in molding our students of their academic pursuit in becoming a transformed individual and professional in the future, while under institutional control and guidance. As it has also been emphasized that the crucial role of our students, their vulnerability to left-leaning ideologies and influences, and even to substance abuses which the government is not and will not allow to be compromised of their future and well-being, and as well as in the community they belong. These are the major concerns and responsibilities of the academic institutions, the community, and the government agencies concerned, including CHED, who are and will always be there for intervention. Therefore, the summit today is a reflection of unity and mutual understanding among our stakeholders. We came as one in one purpose, one as region, one as country. For we learn as one, and finally we learn today, we lead tomorrow. In behalf of CHED Regional Office 9 under the leadership of our active OIC Regional Director, Dr. Rodi P. Garcia, I'd like to convey our grateful appreciation and recognition for the invaluable contribution of our panel of distinguished resource speakers today, for sharing their expertise and experiences this summit. It is then my privilege and honor to acknowledge once again to Attorney Jules Christian D. Marcos, the Dean of College of Law of the Western Mindanao State University, Undersecretary Ernie Saavedra, Executive Director and Secretary of the Board of the Dangerous Drugs Board, and Regional Director Ariel P. Perlado of the National Intelligence Coordinating Authority in Region 9, and aptly represented by eloquent Deputy Regional Director Bonifacio R. Pulgo. And of course, our very own beloved chairman or chairperson of the Commission on Higher Education, Honorable J. Prospero E. De Vera III. We are deeply honored for gracing this significant occasion and our heartfelt gratitude for accepting our invitation in CHED Region 9 as one of our distinguished speakers despite of your hectic schedule, sir. It is an honor and pride for having you here, sir, in Region 9. Our academic and students and we in CHED in Region 9 are indeed fortunate to be with us, Mr. Chairman. Maraming salamat po, and we are looking forward of inviting you in our future similar endeavors. Lastly, please allow me to express our sincerest gratitude for the participation of our presidents, heads, administrators, academic officials of the different higher education institution, especially our student leaders and other participating stakeholders. And of course, our technical group, headed by our Chief Technical Division of CHED Regional Office 9, Dr. Jacinta Tan, and my colleagues here as the technical group under the active leadership of our OIC Regional Director, Dr. Rodi P. Garcia. Please allow me to extend my warmest greetings to all. May the good Lord shower us all his blessings with good health and this Yuletide season of giving the spirit of Christmas. Merry Christmas to one and all. At magandang hapon po sa kanilang lahat. Mayong hapon sa atong tanan. Buenas tardes con todo and good afternoon once again. Gracias and thank you.
Thank you so much for those words of gratitude, Dr. Abelardo P. Morok, to our participants as well as to our speakers. We are almost to end the summit, and so it is just rightful that we'll have again a photo opportunity to cap off this event. Again, may I request everyone to turn on their videos for the picture taking to be facilitated by Mr. Sid Jeric Kua. Sir Sid?
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay, again, last. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay na po.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Sid. Amaya?
On behalf of the regional office and the organizers of this event, we are extending our gratitude to everyone for their presence. Before ending this activity, I would like to share this quote by Douglas MacArthur. A true leader has the confidence to stand alone, the courage to make tough decisions, and the compassion to listen to the needs of others. He does not set out to be a leader, but becomes one by the quality of his actions and the integrity of his intent. This is Jerome B. Humalon. Thank you so much.
Indeed, the Regional Office 9 has stood up to the ideals of the Commission, which is to learn as one. As the hashtag says, we learn as one. We learn today and tomorrow we shall lead. This is Shamir R. Qasim. See you all again on the next CHEDRO-9 Student Summit. All the best to everyone and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, everyone. For your certificate of attendance, you may access the link that is being flashed on your screen.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you to everyone who participated, especially our
Thank you.
And of course, our Dean of Student Affairs and everyone from our higher education institutions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Stay safe.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye. Happy weekend.
Weekend soon.
Thank you, Technical Division.